Today's our second day of our work sessions for the month of April. We are having this work session under the Naabik'íyáti Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. This is via telecommunication meeting. We're here in Window Rock, Arizona on the Navajo Nation. Today's date's Tuesday, April 6, 2021. The time now is 9:13 a.m. We do have an agenda that was posted and distributed out to everyone, not only on the public, but internally too as well, colleagues. So I think everybody has that agenda. My name is Seth Damon. I'm Speaker of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. We're going to be presiding chair over this meeting this morning into this afternoon. We have our discussion topic items on there. We'll be talking on housing and transportation. So I look forward to the discussion and look forward to the issues and communication efforts that we'll be having both on the legislative and executive side this morning. I just want to go ahead and before we move on down to call the work session to order, I just want to say good morning to everybody listening in. Thank you very much. Our usual listeners, thank you to Mr. President, Vice President, good morning out there. And to the Madam Chief Justice, good morning. To all our listeners across the world, thank you very much. And a special shout out, good morning to the community out in Shanto. I know that you all are having your groundbreaking for the new hotel out there this morning. Congratulations. Unfortunately, I won't be there due to the fact that we're having this work session, but I congratulate you to the Shanto Governance Center community out there. Thank you very much for your hard effort, and to everyone out there to having the flourishment of that community grow. So I just wanted to give a special shout out to the community of Shanto this morning. With that, colleagues, let's go ahead and go on now to call this work session to order. I do have Ms. Nota in the chambers, and Mr. Rico is here with us, who will be working together from Office of Legislative Services. So Ms. Nota, you go if you don't mind doing the roll call. Thank you.
Good morning, honorable committee members. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Good morning, Delegate Key Allen's present. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton is present.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton answered roll call. Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon is present. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland is present. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James present.
Honorable Vince James answered roll call. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is here.
Honorable Rick Nez answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So is present.
Honorable Daniel So answered. Roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Otto So.
I am present. I'm here.
Honorable Otto So answered. Roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edmund Yao. Honorable Edison Wanika answered. Roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Elmer
Thomas
Begay.
Walker is present.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. answered. Roll call. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Amber Knez Crotty.
Yes, good morning. This is Delegate Crotty. Thank you. I'm present.
Honorable Amber Knez Crotty answered. Roll call. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Parnell Halona. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Speaker, you have 12 members present, including yourself.
Speaker, this is Delegate Brown. I'm present. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Matsara. Looks like we have 13 members with Honorable Brown now. We do have a quorum, but we don't need a quorum because this is a work session. So I know that some of our colleagues will be calling in a little later as they had meetings this morning as well. So without further ado, colleagues, let's go ahead and go on and do an invocation, and then we can go get on to recognizing guests and visiting officials. So with that, Honorable Brown, do you mind doing an invocation for us this morning?
Yeah, that speaker. Abira.
Oh, thank you.
I can do the prayer. Yeah. Ayate, 24th Navajo Nation Council, Beshmasa Ana. Ado, Chik Edo Shitne, Kudo, Date Nishigi, Ado, at the His Ago Shitne, Chik E, Yat Ben Quegi, Jono Hanaota, Ado, Kudoya, Chito Deals and Dollar. Hello, Tragedy, and he had the Shinkodo. For now, and Lenny, Ado Kudo, Kaman Hussan, Kudo Ka, Nane Tanda. Kudo no ka the ne kit nini ado kudong kit ne besinit any kudo just tabi do kudong kit hajon do la kudo ha de shada no hokos shamano sa sa ya dalkel ado hodo shmako ado hodo troska ado chian sala ado kudo no lotion leni kudong ka da hasle kudo kit no in ado dishe ya kwegi besh ba sa and ni kliniki kwegi ya ya nane che do hanet bini nanish na state ado kodo ya ken na hal kaida hashine lao not ani ado ha kodo pesa no ta kliniki shin ba net and lane dollar ado kit nen da shin leni bis de shin lane dollar the joshin isenil joshi kiti the joshin digin den hash a1 hash a kit digin yat hona dil kit lane dollar yat khan si case dollar should ne de kodo kaila ati na kedi nigi kaila olya ashinihi asasi tunoshinihi hondo diendene chidini kodo chopa adi na chopa anitsin chitra shidin kodo yat ehun nkidene nan spa pa il enlindo le winsin ala kodo dische jo eda de dilie to kodo khada din da hatotle yan da hatotle nkidene nan nish yedan etlindo le winsin kodo hat an i nam bedeni khan lindo le chitra shidin Joke van de has aninka ik dat nog eens trasje het geen gaat de ado kon den dische be de dotje nas osse no selene am kamanke she kamasanke che sambe na hol af de beneding leende koda da hadien art koda hadien art so kenit in da hadien koda khale ya di de ni het zini kelche zini e koda a khuiche oho a koda ohol a do koda yo ne besla koda sa ha kes besla koda hojo a khunitsen do hojo kha khunitsen jo ke ba khuilian do de khale ke so yo da di dan ke do nit di den chitra shidin koda ke chang da no long do le koda ke na ke da no ling do le ke chang ha da ke chang da no lo a koden ke de ne ya te ho ke kha ling do le kaman ho sayat eho ba hui jam chena ile lindo le ba ahanitin ba khehnitin ba asha nitin lindo la shitra shadin kodo hajo yat eho nane kha lindo le nan shin leni yat eho edil ni shitra shadin ado kodo hajo do le kodo hajo nasli Go ahead. Thank you.
No, thank you too as well, Honorable Brown, for that invocation this morning. Thank you for blessing the day and continuing to bless the week, moving forward and continuing to bless the nation and everybody underneath it. With that, colleagues, let's go ahead and move on down to item number 2 on our agenda, recognizing guests and visiting officials. Any recognitions this morning? There's none. Let's go ahead and continue on down, colleagues, as we work on our way on our work session. Again, this is our second day at our work session. I'll just go over an overview of our work session that we're having today. Again, we're having these work sessions just to for members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council and also for the executive branch to really look at some of the criteria and, more importantly, some of the recommendations that we have from not only our enterprises, but our internal divisions and our departments and their options for bringing a set forth plan in place that might be recommended to be funded by the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 when the funds do come to the nation. And this recognition is highly noted across the board with the different kinds of opportunities that are available, not only for the shortfall of almost 32,000 homes, I think, in the last assessment across the nation, but many of our transportation, our dirt roads, or even our wagon trail roads that need to be upgraded in order for us to really try to help the nation build its infrastructure, but most importantly, build off that economic development too as well. So our infrastructure plans here today will help guide the nation, help guide my colleagues, and help guide the discussion on what we can do to continue to work forward and getting every possible thing protected, but also making sure that that protection has the overall growth for us to have better opportunities for our future generations. And in this case, it would be for our housing program. We're going to hear from the Navajo Nation Division of Community Development, then also from Navajo Nation Veterans Administration, and finally, we're going to hear from Navajo Housing Authority. And this is just on their housing infrastructure presentations. And then finally, we'll go into the Navajo Division of Transportation, known as NDOT, to give over a formal view of what they have, particularly maybe a couple of different plans that's going to be identified, whether it's specifically just for recommendation for ARPA funds or if it's recommendation for outside of those the funding mechanisms. But we'll go into questions and discussions after. Actually, in this case, it'll probably be the whole individually, not like yesterday, how we bulked the Walter presentations together. Then we can go ahead and respond from there. After that, if there's any recommendations that going through and coming forward, we'll go ahead and have that. Colleagues, there is going to be a hard stop though at 4 o'clock. So please keep that in mind as we have U.S. Senator Ben Ray Lujan, who's going to be on the Naabik'íyáti committee this afternoon. And he's going to do a presentation to the council. He'll be on the line for about an hour from 4 to 5, and he'll be taking questions and comments regarding not only ARPA, but also other recommendations outside the scope. So we look forward to having that brief discussion with the U.S. Senator and thank Chief of Staff and Carlisle for helping assist to put that together and having Senator Ben Ray Lujan on the line. So again, just as an announcement, we have a hard stop at 4 on the work session. We might be done before that, we might not be, but at 4 o'clock, we are going to move directly into meeting with Senator Ben Ray Lujan. So we'll continue to televise that or view that, stream that on social media, so Senator can join in the conversation with the rest of the Navajo people too as well. So again, thank you very much, colleagues. So without further ado, let's go ahead and go on down to housing and transportation infrastructure presentations here on our second day of our work sessions. We do have a Navajo Nation Division of Community Development up first. So Navajo DCD, are you there? Might have to press *6. Dr. Yellowman, are you on the line?
She said she was on the call.
Dr. Yellowman? Dr. Yellowman going twice. Dr. Yellowman going 3 times. Let's continue on down to Navajo Nation Veterans Administration. Mrs. Orline, representing Navajo Nation Veterans Administration, are you on the line? Mrs. Orline? Can you hear me?
Yes, Speaker.
Okay.
I can hear you, Speaker.
There's Orline going twice. Orline going 3 times. Colleagues, we did notify them over 2.5 weeks ago that they did confirm that they would be here. Moving on down, Navajo Housing Authority. Item number C.
Good morning, Speaker. Can you hear me? This is Dwayne Wasita.
Hey, good morning, Mr. Wasetta. How are you doing?
Doing good. Just rushing around. I haven't had a chance to email you the presentation. We're still trying to get it out there. I have a little bit of struggles with our connections. So I'm going to read off of what we have. It's kind of brief from the discussions that have gone on yesterday in terms of the activities, questions regarding the planned activities for this American Rescue Plan. One of the things that just want to be bring to your attention is that for HUD, the money that's coming through, we're still waiting for the guidance aspects of it. In terms of the guidance aspects of basically how this money can be utilized, I reached out to HUD to ask them to give us some recommendations, some insight. They're from the Phoenix office were unsure what was coming down from headquarters, so we're still trying to lay that out program. But for for the executive summary aspects of it, I wish I could give you this sooner, but we had a little breakdown on the information. As you know, Housing Authority through the Indian Housing Block Grant, overall they have this $450 million allocated through the Indian Housing IHBG, and the monies are there up till September 30th of 2025. But depending on how this money is going to be utilized, will kind of dictate what we're going to be rolling out. We looked at, from the discussion yesterday and some of the outreach that we've already been doing with N2A, and we have roughly about 32 development sites. These are just subdivision sites. In these subdivision sites that we have, that we're working on, is identifying the utility aspects of them in terms of housing needs, meeting the housing needs at different areas. What we wanted to do is break it down into the 24 sectors of location, but we haven't had a chance. But I guess for the next meeting that we have, we'll have a detailed breakdown of all these different sites that are out there within some of the areas of struggles with the utility aspects of some of the areas. What we're looking at in cornfields is one site that we're looking at. We planned for 15 units, but due to the utility capacity letter that we received back, the UTOA gave us a notice saying that the site that we want to build that's being serviced, the utilities being serviced out at Ganado, could only handle 10 units on that system. So with this listing of projects that we have, we're going to look at in terms of what is the areas that we have capacity. I know that's a discussion yesterday with Mr. Kuntz and them. It's building that area up to where we can know where we can build. The building is not going to be hard. It's just making sure we have all of the utilities there, the capacities that we can put in place. There's another area that we're looking at that we're going to add to some of these sites is the wastewater. Some of these new sites that we're looking at require wastewater developments in terms of sewer lagoon or community systems. So how much would it cost to build a sewer systems in some of these communities that have aging systems that were built by IHS a while back, 30 years ago or so. The other areas that we're looking at is additional water tank storage areas for some of these development sites across the reservation. Some of these areas here don't have adequate water pressure. I know that in the years past, Navajo Nation is really pressing the water code. So anything that we've been implementing, we go through the process to consult with the fire marshals out in the fire department out in Navajo Nation to look at the pressure needs. So some areas that require holding tanks for the subdivision sites, that's what we're looking at too, because then it holds safety measures for some of these development sites that we are wanting to plan. The other portion of the areas across the reservation that we have, are some water line extensions, going from a 4-inch to a 6 or 8-inch, depending on what utilities that's going to be needed for some of these development sites is actually being identified. I think one of the big things that that's been pressed is we do have some areas that we want to bill out on the western side of the reservation. Those are the areas there we're looking at with collaboration with N2A, using the GIS, looking at laying out all of the different utilities that are there, looking at the age of the systems, what needs to need to happen for new housing. So that's been in the mix for about a year and a half now to make sure that we have those utility commitments and the capacities to bill out. In terms of questions that we had on the areas of the fund management plan, that's one of the things on the item 1 that we talked about, the existing planning document subject to NHA needs or Navajo Nation needs and priorities. Each year, with the consultation with some of these development sites that we look at and for suitability, we go through our 2-step process of the pre-planning and planning to finalize the suitability aspects of it. And part of those areas there are the main areas: the environmental, the terrain elevation, and access to the properties in terms of infrastructure for roadways, because some of these sites that are given to housing authority to develop in those areas require half a mile to up to 2-mile roadways to be built. And part of those pre-planning aspects, that when we look at the archaeological, the surveying, the pre-surveying aspects of it, in the realty, if there's any home sites or right-of-ways within the proposed areas. And part of that, as I mentioned earlier, every site that we go through it goes through the utility capacity consultation with the utility providers. The second question that was on there for the expenditure plan associated with nation need, NHA is looking at the finalizing a draft expenditure plan utilizing the formats of our Indian housing plans. Those expenditure plans that we utilize are used yearly for housing authority, and identifies the aspects of assisting low-income individuals. Either it's going to be the suitabilities for housing developments for public rental subdivisions or the home site scattered sites. I know there's been a couple of requests from locals out across some of the chapters asking for home ownership subdivisions or low-density house pods in rural areas. So those are some of the areas that we're looking at in terms of the house pod aspects of NHA. Hasn't really built house pod development, say 5 units here for certain individuals, families, up to 10 areas. In areas that we seem that are not suitable for a large 20-unit development, maybe it's suitable for 5 units or 10 units within an area on top of a ridge where there's infrastructure resources. Furthermore, part of the expenditure plan also looks at the infrastructure improvements for possible new systems or rehabs or upgrades of old systems within some of these control areas, site control areas. The other portion, item 3, question unmet needs for your sector regarding the recovery of COVID. One of the things that's been discussed and looking at all of the 32 development sites for public rental, I think one of the unmet needs is the infrastructure funding for off-site development of these systems. One of the challenges that we have with NAHASDA, we're held to this total development cost for housing developments. So if a 1 to 2 mile water line or power line is going to cost $1 million, that puts the housing development over those criteria for the total development cost. So those are challenges in it, and sometimes we have to make those hard choices and not to move forward and determine maybe we can bring it back a couple years to make sure that we fall in line with those mandates that are put by HUD on the total development cost for housing sites. So I think one of the things if we look at the American Rescue, and it's critical that we really collaborate, and as I mentioned earlier, I'm glad that we're having this discussion because bringing that family unity from all the departments to focus on the needs, and I think that the need is infrastructure. And as long as all of us know what we're doing out there with these housing sites, that will help the planning aspects and all helping to meet these critical areas. Item 4 says establishing opportunities for systematic issues and or recommendations for streamlining process improvements not limited to implementation of best practices. NHA recommends that all GIS users, land realties that has those areas come together, planning, existing utility, home sites, demographics, any demographics we have, other federal and tribal entity housing projects, natural resource restrictions, environmental, archaeological restrict areas, have that one collaborate and have a secure, safe platform in one area to guide the nation on the fiscal investments and community developments. As you know, is that when we go to there's 110 different chapters, there's changes every 4 years, but we have a platform in the nation that we could use as a clearinghouse, so to speak, and that clearinghouse can actually guide a lot of the program, what is going on in terms of using GIS as a foundation to give us visual activities, what is being constructed versus what is being land withdrawals or approved, all of that areas with some of the areas that we have. One of the biggest things that we're up with now and looking at, because when we do home ownership scattered sites, we have to look at insurance. And when you look at some of these wildfires, we have to look at woodland fire potentials with undergrowth and stuff. So with what we've been utilizing is looking at how do we identify some of these areas that we want to build, or we have existing homes in there, so we can ensure that some of these houses are not impacted by a wildfire or some type of fire within the communities. So I think the systematic opportunities, if we can collaborate at this level with the tribal government level, to have one clearinghouse to store all this, and we all interact in terms of programs, I think this would be one critical area, because everybody could be able to see what is going on out there versus having everything all on the paper format. The item 5, any other recommendations? The one thing that I do over the years is I know that the Naval Land Department proceed with their portion of internal title plant and document. I think the Naval Nation needs a true rollout in terms of a title plant and a document management system for all records stored versus having them in different areas. And then I think from there we can look at those areas, because we will have individual housing plans from chapters, individual infrastructure plans from all the utility providers, environmental aspects of it, updated realty. As you know, Housing Authority is having to resurvey some of the 1970s, 80s development sites, and some of the old surveys don't match what is out there. So we're having a little bit of struggles on those in order to clean up some of the survey information. And lastly is all the community resolutions that have been approved for land use planning. There's an area that we need that, so at least we know how systematically overall all the programs that are involved with community planning have those information available. So those are part of the 5 areas that we recommend that we can work with, as long as we have a safe portal. One thing that just we need to caution is when the government entities and the enterprises coming together is having consultant firms come in and utilize information that's readily available that we can use, but they use that as a business area where they can profit from that. That's only one of the concerns that we really have, is utilize the information that's been already collected and paid for, where then we don't have to repay for information. Speaker, that kind of concludes my presentation. Speaker Damon?
Thank you very much, Mr. Waseda. Were you able to send over that presentation?
We're trying here. I'm trying to get it through. Let's see. I'll text with Christian again, okay? Give me a couple minutes.
Okay. That colleagues, it's a presentation from NHA. I do have Honorable Keon Begay, then Madam Chair Amber Crowdy in the queue at this time. Che, good morning. Honorable Keon Begay, the floor is yours.
Chairman, Che,
Oh,
hear me right?
yes.
Oh, I'll so the report of the Ahakit Akuto one that Nikito, how the current operation relates to the funding that we're planning on appropriating for additional funding for housing on the Navajo Nation. And I wish that we had the board members to provide a report as well. Administration and the board. I don't know if any of the board members are listening. So you see, again, for me, it's just a zero a slao. Chapters, but Hatashahaki is the main one. And then as the agency, and then of course as a whole Navajo Nation. Indian housing plan, Liki to base at Arjun or Tato, Beta Inishiki, a hate, a Kotodik at Latin Washington, then base of that. Bikahana Holia, Do Bikaha Holia, Con Navajo Nation, which Holia go, Ada hit up, he needs Kotash, base of a Hawandeniki, hit out a Hata Inish, did I even Hosit, did I even Huit, Johut Ego, Esa Hot, and I don't know if I missed the report in that particular fashion. Speaker, the same way with, but I'm glad that NHA has gone first, and that this will follow suit in other area of the housing that the Navajo Nation, Kodo Beta Inishiki, the Division Community Development, Indian Housing Plan, CDBG, Haki, other veterans housing. If in the veterans report, it indicates the housing, there's a total of 1,405 of application. So are we even merely having the plan to build for veterans of 1405 housing across the Navajo Nation? Ado koto did other programs behind the niche. Did arbeidsiki hika. Did lead electricity but did heki stop behind the into a did neck behind the did water line but did it solar but about niche. I mean, all of that areas, I mean, is, I don't know. I mean, it seems that we're not just going to, I don't know. I won't be surprised if the Navajo Nation doesn't even build one homes in the next year. And then that's what we've been going through. And I just want to be frank with the program. And I don't know what would be the best way. And if we don't have, at the administrative level, if we don't have a decision-making an XO executive director, what good is it if not even a report from the board members, the commissioners? At the net, I mean, I don't know if you're still in the position of being a temporary, but yet you make a report. But what happens if there's a board member in Dasil King Kodo Nabi, and I believe there's another one that should be coming forth. Akwat it at in the height ego go kodo na hat ahaki ashtik at aden report in lagi ashakwat ego go e kodo be the hatil dehish shahwash in. But I'm glad that as Speaker had indicated yesterday, that this is the preliminary reports that we're getting from the programs and the entities of the Navajo Nation. So maybe my request directly, Speaker, at the end, I think there were some openings, and maybe we give them time, and maybe hopefully by that time that we have all the board members in place, hopefully that we, if there's no in placement of the remainder board members by September 16th, maybe request for emergency legislations during the spring session to in place all these board members and let them make the decision to see if they're going to be hiring a new or continue with the current director. So otherwise, we're just going to continue to be asking ourselves, I mean, what is the actual plan of NHA? Ako shishit ako okodo atana dashapahanana see, and then I blame myself as an oversight committee too. I'm on RDC, and there's no one way. I blame myself with the situation, but nonetheless, we try to do our best to not interfere with the administration. And that's what we're always being told. You're overstepping your boundaries. At the end of the month, I specifically would request nothing but NHA report the reschedule and with, at least with a report from the DC level and any other echelon up to NHA, other NHA housing at each agency. The biggest barrier that I know of in development is land withdrawal. For my area specifically, I know that none of the chapters hasn't withdrawn any land for any further development of NHA housing. Although the one thing that I continue to request to NHA was to go into building homes at the residence. The main reason why I'm continuing to doubt in the management of NHA is that during the current board members, the 5 members, the 23rd council, be the inigo 8 chapters, but had the shaki deed ego go one bit the whole year. Each of the 5 chapters are the assessment list of those individuals that are in need of homes. During your during their confirmation, net not Cornland the deed honors in Heinz, so the keeping Nashetit one quacking honey don't hunt the seat our nita. Adenly now lean the store one or deep handed. I think that I would out that's not hard on a watch. So if that's the situation of our NHA, how can we fully support to allocate additional housing funding to them from the anticipated funding that the Navajo Nation will be receiving? Ako aki yego sitis atik ata inishiki kisenant to hajo hatet eda to hajo ke dit ego gota inishiki aj ako aki kilahit out kinso ya gotik at council session spring session that hajo ati ni ben yes to ben yeho after this aj Navajo Nation Council spring session Aja hajo ya gonda koto hajo bahozun hawan ben that on nishiki hajo baby beton ad go unta that eponet za atit auto hajo skin to panet ego ko atit na ho jijo nla tit peso sakit the panto nesanke on hatet eto this on zinke. I believe the 23rd council members may be thinking differently. But that's my observation as a committee member of the Resource and Development Committee. Tot adit the quid shipa hasi accord how one let that con da ni stoi nisko HOA to ata inisa hazashi dit kwache management ki to hajo hatet and the kwache ata inisa one day ni now we need zendo listen ek at ten adon nidiki at ten how one sat need anke and don't necessarily date over one the renovation which is okay. I don't know want the hard the Shina Zilon that is in the dirt roads and the what are that is keen. The quick machine with the hot communities. I want and Kaya Ashram mean one Ashram the hospital in the betray that is keeniki at the sister. Okay, eight hot that a good oh huge. Yeah, this and I just want to be on record, even though this is just a work session. Maybe I bring this up as a report at the upcoming Navajo Nation Council Spring session. Specifically, report directly of what is the overall situation of NHA. A copy Nachiko Kodo, it aid a bay, a large cheese, it obey Yachiko, Abe, Hakanet, need the Tobe Hakanet in the need a set. But I ain't the this Ahaki Ek and Latin hit and Linigit or Hayu for one start them. A copesot or you obey nice seat. A cohala in the etic at Aton Nidikin latte. Hawaniki at what that does Nisla. So, as an overall management, Kodo speaker at of rescheduling. I mean, I'm not saying to stop this report, but all I'm saying is that there should be a follow-up meeting at the end of the work session where there's opening. The NHA come back in full report with a prepared statement, and then specifically with each of the agency and specifically with each of the chapter. When Nazdilgitik at all 110 chapters, for each of the chapters. A baby, not a codon, shipish, only clinic, shohe, or conquered, and hit natty hawan banda nisla could iban sahak chestol other even apartments in the that unit and liniki kohawan chehatin tada maybe they can reside in these monthly rental apartments in the meantime to get their home situated. And hit Nahad, the Shilta and Dagnishu, Kodan Hakago, Kohawan chat, she had a dead a call with a speaker. A call Yego City, a call Hashit Arsator space on Anan Lingi Hanato, the Ehit Ata Koto, I don't know, I mean, I think that how Kotopa has see and destroy that Ashi extinction to the response and as an oversight committee just at basic at a baby Nasiko Ecuador as administration Gigi Aj Ada Golat Jod Nebetana Ahnejo Hot Ago is a Honana eight or didn't a Corbin Nasikotik based on the dot Aski Haned Dine la ini Dine la Nawan Banti Nestin such edit hot on hinan is this is our proposal. So the dot Nisanki at Tandida. A the speaker, I'd like to request to formally request, and if I need to put it in writing with the consensus by the committee, maybe that we could also do a follow-up meeting with NHA. Other veterans, division community development in any other area that relates to housing that they do report back to the committee at the end of the work sessions. And I sure will be bringing this up with the senator. The Quidishibani K Washington, people has other ego Codona be Hope Washington in a day kitten add what the eat that ha or see formally. So if that's the case, maybe the senator we need to be prepared to respond back to him if he should be able to bring this up to the Navajo Nation Council. This Arden Hitchahati Johan. Ko in the she would tika dit out to jo hat ego cut as has ango codet go piece of the nick he don't hear run hit nabagan that then did no latin and they nick haku could lay hot out of jo at eta John hit the dog niki she basket did not to listen to arjeti senator Haiga Niki. So ede hot assistance indo pa sit on listo asi pa natis to asi bias kit on listo ahta ho just to listen that in hitnan linigit o hayu pa ganata tani pepe nasiko dit ais dit ato papayas ke halan ke kodo e hinan inilzen hitnan linigit dit on hiran attendo dit that hot and does lead dit make shift dit ho one otsi ho alia ida dan la shack house on lahon that the beat and he ran dan hit need go see pictures than that kidney but still yet the nation's still at the standstill of not even building homes. And so I don't know what it will take for us to really make I guess a bold statement. I mean I believe that's what we did on the 23rd council, and I that's one reason why there was a reduction from 8 to 5 commissioners. Other did our expertise that new got did out that is no that the change over Ilya. So as of today, I believe that nothing had changed, and I'll continue to say that. How if fire back on me, let be it. But nonetheless, I'm talking on behalf of the my 5 chapters and all the Navajo nations, our Navajo people. They're the one that have been based on his Honda, ito based on Honda hit that Akon hit Nan Linity Ned Dump Boneta then hit no, but couldn't Honda Hoyt Akushit Nabib and Hoyilna. The in later deed our home site list and later deed our Quagge, Con Waterline, a big hit a one nothing not up at veterans in Lindy. At it changed the daily, I cut nice automatic policy archer. So I mean it goes. I mean, the old huge Bahatotsi in the Shanantani Gleniki, Bispons, there's got to be a way that we got to make some changes quickly. And I would say that an opportunity is upcoming during the Navajo Nation spring session. If anything else fails, I mean, I guess I'll be asking for emergency legislation to resolve these particular issues. So otherwise, it's going to come and go with all these funding not being, no housing being built again. So what Mr. Speaker, and then again, my former request verbally, and if I need to put it in writing, that we have a follow-up report from NHA at the end of the work session. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Calumbier. With that, colleagues, let me go ahead and go on down to Madam Chair Amber Crotty. And then I have Honorable Otto So, then Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Amber Crotty, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, colleagues. President Jonathan Nez and his staff are on the line, and Madam Chief Justice Jane, NHA, for your report and identifying some of the systemic issues on the challenges of developing housing here on Navajo Nation. This is going to continue to need a coordinated approach from Navajo Nation leadership, the enterprise, and our federal partners.
Hello?
Madam
Speaker?
Chair Amber Crotty, we lost you. Madam Chair Amber Crotty, going twice. Chair Amber Crotty going 3 times. Moving on down, Honorable Otto So.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and members of the council. Yeah, it's been isna gido ashinan yeah, it's been to staff. I don't know, it's a very hard topic, housing. None kago inilsin. And I really would like to thank Mr. Key Allen for his comment. And and first of all, can you guys hear me? I'm sorry. I should be back.
Oh,
We can hear you.
No, we're good. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Alcohol. Last year, NHA didn't build any homes. But yet they got about $22 million in COVID relief dollars for housing. And out of that, I didn't see any homes built or any livelihoods that were improved throughout the nation. Yes, they may have paid for some public rentals, but that lined the pockets of NHA. And Anita. Alcohol. I see. One step is that we really need to look at the overhaul of NHA because we need homes in this realm of funding, which the interim CEO spoke about. The number is about $450 million in housing total across the United States. Alcohol, whatever piece of pie we get, right? What is the timeline of them what do they project? How many homes are they going to build? I guess that's what we're looking at. They're going to build homes, but they don't have the information of what amount they're going to get. And I believe that's where we're at. We're having these meetings, and the Treasury hasn't released the guidance. It's our wish list, but it's something that we can't really rely on, because who knows? NHA may get $10 million. And but with that, I guess thank you, Mr. Wafita, for bringing the information to us. Right now, I really can't really ask anything pertaining to the funding mechanism, because we don't know how much we're getting, and we don't know what the guidance are, what the where you can use these money. They may say, oh, you can only use it on public rental. If it's only going to be utilized on public rentals, we can't build any homes for any Navajo citizen out there. But I guess when information trickled down from HUD and the Treasury to Phoenix, and then from Phoenix to Port Defiance, please don't hesitate to notify us, and we can try to make a way to meet and have that discussion with you directly, because housing across the Navajo Nation is something that is very, very important, and our people want home. Gosh, people are living in G-unit sheds now, and it's faster to get onto your home site, and that's the reason why people are getting them. But we have to find a way to overcome the bureaucracy. And then the other is the federal issue, where we need to start lobbying Congress to change up and loosen up some of these policies that are in place that govern Indian country. And even I want that those dollars are for Indian housing. And one of the discussions from RDC was that the federal poverty rate needs to be changed, and that's what governs these federal dollars. And an average Navajo citizen who decides to come home, who gets a job as a manager with maybe the social services, trying to look for a home, and wants NHA to help, and he or she, their salary will all automatically offset and say, no, you can't, because you don't meet the federal guidelines. None that you pay for the that speaks to the amount of money that's into the lock system. And I think we need to have a thorough discussion on that, where leadership can actually help to try to get Congress to loosen up these policies. Because right now we have too much money that's being hoarding. They're hoarding these dollars in the lock system, about $250 million. And I guarantee you, when Mr. K. Allen McGay says NHA is not building enough home, Mr. Ben Ray Lujan, we need some more money or whatever. Mr. Ben Ray Lujan's going to look at the lock account and say, hey, and pull the same thing what former Senator John McCain did. And say, hey, you got too much money here. If you don't spend it, we're going to take it from you. So, you have these issues that has consequences. And we have to find a way how we can spend those dollars, because right now in the lock system we have just got too much money in there, and across the Navajo Nation, people want homes. And whether the policy is to go towards scattered housing, why can't we just grant these homes to those homeowners who meet those guidelines, instead of having them go into rent to own and so forth? You know, we have a lot of young people that have home site leases right now, starting up their families. And if they have an approved home site lease, that's one way you can start. To say, if you have an approved home site lease right now, today, come to NHA and apply. We will work with you to try to grant you a home. But you have to meet these criteria. And I think you'll be able to knock out some of these homes. But, you know, instead of charging them, just grant them the home. Those dollars are Indian housing dollars. They're not called Indian rental dollars or Indian rent-to-own housing dollars. It's Indian housing dollars. And I believe those dollars, we need to get those dollars spent. But Dwayne, you know, we need to find a way to overcome these barriers, and Honorable Crotty spoke to reaching out to our other tribal enterprises to help. Maybe NECA would be a component to help there, and you know, for the water and infrastructure, you know, that way, you know, NECA could build those things for you guys. Build prefab the walls there at NECA. That way, you know, the walls can be prefab and shipped out to the construction site. So, Dwayne, and we have to find a way to spend these, because I tell you, whether it's the Democratic Party that's in control, if we're not spending those dollars, Congress is going to want those dollars back, and they're going to say, how come you're not spending it? And I believe with the Navajo Hopi Land Commission, that was one of our advocacy. As we went to D.C. and we visit the House of Natural Resource Subcommittee, and the chairman of the House Resource Subcommittee indicated to us, we give you millions of dollars in housing dollars. How come you can't spend that? And that's why I'm saying, you know, we advocate on that at the Hill, but we need to find a way to use those dollars. And if it's an internal overhaul we need to do, we need to go down that route. Where can we change NHAs to try to get these barriers? And then even within the nation, you know, so where can we waive some of these policies at this time? Waive them. You know, if they you know, maybe waive some of the archaeological requirements. You know, so that we can try to get these things. You know, fish and wildlife requirements. What's up there, Ben? Because we need to get homes out there. What's up there? Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Aroso. That, let me go on down to Honorable Nathaniel Brown, and then I'll go back to Mr. Waseda. Honorable Brown?
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, let me turn down Budget and Finance Committee. Ayate, Speaker, Ado 24th Navajo Nation Council. Ado, thank you, Mr. Waseda, for your report. First, I'm really interested. I don't know if we would need to go into executive session, but a lot of this is public information. If you can send us an email all the funding that is currently there, how much funding is left over from the CARES Act, and also how much are you receiving from the ARPA funds, and how many. I know I think by this time you should have a comprehensive list of all the possible sites where on the Navajo Nation, out of the 110 chapters, how many communities, their lands are withdrawn, like you mentioned. I know, again, I've said this and I'll continue to say this again. In Denahutso, we have 150 acres already. Everything you've mentioned, it is ready there. We have sewer connection, it's upgraded. We do have a power grid that's just right there. We have a new water storage tank that's upgraded. We do have the 3-phase power line. So everything is ready. So let us help you spend that money for our Navajo people. Again, there's other areas that I'm aware of throughout the Navajo Nation. We have land withdrawal. Kayenta Township has been reaching out to NHA on building apartment complexes. Right now, also working with our 501c3, we noticed that the need is out there. And again, the federal poverty income guideline, if you can also think about this, and I know that this is something that our Navajo people have spoke about, this is the policy on the federal poverty income guideline. Would you say that is keeping our people in a poverty mentality? I hear people in my communities and throughout Navajo say, I'm not going to work because I want to get the NHA house. I was put on the list. I'm on the waiting list. If I get a job, then that means I will be bumped off the list. I will not be qualified for these housing. So, and I think we need to get our people, we need to work on changing that policy, like Delegate Otto mentioned. So that is real. And again, also really quickly, if you can explain the lock system and how that might be a hindrance to spending these dollars as well. And I would say, unfortunately, the current board, I'm really disappointed in the advance payment also. So I think I would support if there is an initiative to remove. And I think this is actually a recommendation that's coming from my community members who are constantly reaching out to me. We did have some burnouts in our communities this past winter, people becoming homeless, including elders, and I personally visit some of these sites and visit the families. So I'm grateful that NHA has taken some of the family in, but they do have their ranch where they have their animals, and they don't want to leave. They want to rebuild there. And to know that there is millions and millions of dollars at NHA at our disposal, and it's so frustrating to look at, to know that, and then to meet with family when they're shedding their tears, knowing that we have all this money, but we can't build. They do have home site leases. They do have all of that. So help me understand on what laws and policies need to change also. And again, is it about time that we take the TDHE away also and separate that? Will that make everything more efficient and to move efficiently on building homes on the Navajo Nation? And what are your thoughts also on working with nonprofits? I've been meeting with Navajo-owned companies throughout the Navajo Nation. I think the Navajo Nation, including my communities, we are aware, and as delegates, we are aware of the red tape, and that's where people are taking in their own hands, creating 501c3s, and start building homes for our Navajo people. So here in my community, my 3 chapters, We will work with you, and I keep putting myself on your agenda to give a report and update on the movement. Locally, we do have a young lady, Carmi Ray, who is heading and really working on our Naabik'íyáti initiative, where we will be building sweat equity housing. And if our Navajo youth are rolling up their sleeves and creating 501c3s to build homes for Navajo professionals, it is a disgrace. I'm sorry to say, but why is it Navajo Nation with NHA, with all the bright minds, not working on that? Come back to council and tell us to lobby to HUD. Let's have meetings with HUD. Let's have meetings with Nahasda. Let's change some of these policies if that needs to happen. That's why we are in our positions. Let us help you to change some of these policies so we can start building houses. In this pandemic, what are some of the key things within the next 30 days that you are planning to do to build housing for our people who are in need? We are in a new normal, and I think with this new normal, we need to change some of these policies to adjust to the crisis that humanity is in currently. We are in a crisis. We are in a need, and times have changed. And this is where policies have to change also with these during this pandemic, during the times when, and we can, unfortunately, we can show the data, how many people we have lost. And a lot of it, and some of it has been attributed to overcrowding houses. That is not new. That is something that has been historical. I think of all organizations, if you can give us that data, does NHA even have the data on how many people in our communities are homeless? How many are overcrowded? How many are in dire need of homes? And how many people are turned away because they are working class Navajos? How many people are being turned away? How many total applications did you receive within the past 3 years? How many? I know within my chapters, I have been encouraging my people to come move home and to apply for NHA housing, because that was the direction from Kayenta NHA. And then when I went to check up on the applications, I was told that we only received a few, when in fact we were there at these application drives. So I'm not sure where the breakdown is. Again, I am here. I'm here to help you. I'm here to help you. We are creating organizations to help build homes. Soon we'll be working together, and I hope it does happen. So, Adi, those are some of my comments and questions. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Brown. With that, let me go back to Mr. Waseda from Navajo Housing Authority. Mr. Waseda, floor is yours.
Good afternoon, good morning, Speaker and Council members. We'll start off with some of the answering comments from Kial and Begay. I think one thing that as we this meeting here, or this work session, is to bring all the collaborative, as of yesterday's discussion with N2A and some of the areas. This work session has to, my thing, to be very fruitful. We're take all the different challenges we have. Some of the challenges we got to look at is the most quick fix is what do we have control over within the tribal government. I know that there was a discussion yesterday from what my staff was saying that those issues with some federal side of it. The federal level control, those are the one areas of, it's been the hardest hit for all reservations. And I think that's one thing we've got to be mindful as we move forward on this, because that will always be something that we'll be stuck on. But I think as we go through this work session, looking at what do we have control over within the governmental system, the programs, activities. In terms of the questions of the comments, the question of reporting to all 110 chapters. At one time, Housing Authority, about 4 years ago, we did this master plan, sustainable master planning. It took us roughly about 3 months, 2 to 3 months to get all the consultation together. At that time, when we presented, was the emphasis at that time for the community master planning was to do long-range planning, looking at areas. In looking at those areas can address some of the areas that we have control over within the archaeological, the environmental. So some of those controls that we have there that we can make changes is that the nation has taken on the responsibility to manage those resources and those elements. For land withdrawals, those will be able to streamline, but the challenges that will always going to be on us, that's going to be a barrier, no, not barrier, but a challenge to streamline, is once we use federal. This was a discussion that we had several months back and several years back. We had the same topics we were talking about. We had a roundtable group. At that time was Honorable Leonard Sosi, brought in all the different providers that were housing authorities working at. At that time, we were looking at how do we streamline. We went to BIA, met with Sharon. Some of those challenges with the federal government couldn't be done at the local level, which required to go back. Because the nation still has that federal land status, that was one of the comments. How do we adjust that? Well, 9 out of 10 is probably going to require some legislation and us rolling up our sleeves within our programs. I'm hoping that you received the email earlier. I'm sorry it was late. It had a listing of 32 different sites there. Some of the sites that we were working on earlier that we were looking at building housing apartments. They were part of the Gallup Water project. So when we work with some of these communities, looking at the push that was 3 years ago on utilizing and planning for the Gallup water line, that still can materialize. But the one question I think I brought, one of my staff was saying is, do we take on the federal responsibility to do their work versus what we can do with what we have? But I think that's just the questions as we go through this work session. And remember, the work session, how do we overcome some of these challenges, is one thing that we're going to be looking at. So I didn't get all of the Navajo questions from Kial and Begay, but I can do a response later on as I get some information. Sorry. As for Miss Honorable Naabik'íyáti, as we all know from the last week, 2 weeks ago, and then yesterday's discussion about building out across the reservation, there is a lot of challenges. Sometimes it's at the local side, sometimes it's at the governmental side, sometimes it's at the funding source side to build some of these areas. But I think those challenges is going to be part of here in terms of how do we identify that. And I think this work session is as we get with all of the individual entities, as from yesterday's. I know yesterday's went for several hours, bridging that matrix out, and how does that apply to some of these locations? And there was a question from Ms. Connie about the need for federal partnership and others. And that's one thing that, as we all mentioned during my last presentation, all of us that works within the Navajo Nation that has these programs, we're part as a family in terms of how we rolled out. And that's part of that unity and that partnership, so to speak, of how we're going to bring this together, is identifying those several different layers of how we're going to reach those milestones. So I think that as we go through this work session for this week, I'll listen in and seeing where pulling a matrix together, because the presentation is from today is kind of the preliminary aspects of it. There is going to be some hard choices of how we're going to roll out these areas, because maybe there's a certain mandate from a federal requirement that we're not going to be able to meet. But that's one of the things that we're going to have to work through. And going on to Mr. Honorable Otto So, in terms of comment regarding the question regarding the $22 million. The $22 million that was allocated to Housing Authority, as you know, if you follow the way the money was released, the final guidance was not given to the tribes until roughly 4 months after the allocation. In this area, we looked at potentially, we were trying to partner up with Southwest Indian Foundation to help some of the individuals that we had that would be able to utilize this. But as the last final guidance came out, the guidance basically explained that any funds utilized have to go through the full environmental review, meaning that it'll take the process of meeting the requirements to do the federal release of funds process. It'll take the minimum of 3 months and even longer, depending if there's areas of concerns there. And the one thing that held our struggles with this CARES Act, if the fine print at the end, when Housing Authority rolled this thing out, we were trying to help with the isolations and areas to get temporary assistance for individuals impacted. Well, there was a fine print on the documentation that was sent out in the guidance that said we cannot duplicate any funds that have been received by the Navajo Nation, which implied that IHS already had funding set up for isolation centers in Chinle and some of these areas. Housing Authority, on utilizing these monies, had to work through some of these fine lines to still assist within part of Chinle for a little while. As the pandemic, we did some motels, but as the money started coming into the nation and the programs, we were caught in a position that we couldn't duplicate service that Navajo Nation government was doing, or Indian health service, or any program. So currently, we have a little over the money that we have available, but we're going to have to retool that to fit what we can do now as the pandemic still continues, opening those areas up. So the money is there to address those areas that's relating, because it has the requirements of prevent, prepare, and respond. Those are the 3 criteria. As for the mention of the $450 million across in Native Indian country, and the time to build is, I think that's what we're looking at here. But I think what big things with this work session is preparing ourselves. What can we build within areas? I know one of the big discussions that we had earlier, or you all had earlier yesterday, was infrastructure. Looking at some of these aging systems, looking at some of these areas that we can be able to build out, that we have water. I believe one of my staff told me that N2A explained that they can put a line there to increase the volume of water, but we're going to have we need a place for that water to be discharged. So those are the areas that, as we look through this work session and planning, we identify these areas that can be done. So I believe the next sessions, as we get through a lot of these program activities, all of these critical areas that we have for broadband, transportation, power, infrastructure, education, public safety, are all key components into building a sustainable community. And that was one of the program visions of Housing Authority when we did the Community Master Planning Sustainable Program. And I believe that's like every other booklets and prions we have, we pull them together, we run with them for a while, somewhere down the line it gets lost. But I think we have enough information that as we get to plan this approach collectively, I think that's one thing that we need to really look at, rolling up our sleeves. The other question that responds is a question regarding income limits. Income limits is a challenge, and it's ingrained into the U.S. NAHAZA approved regulations, and that's going to take, if we want to ask change, we're going to have to roll up our sleeves there, and it's not going to happen a quick fix. Because these are social programs that assist individuals. And if we do the change, I know the federal government is going to look at how this is going to affect other tribes. But there's one opportunity that wasn't discussed or brought up. One of the things that Housing Authority has been trying to look at and how do we roll out, there's a program called Section 184 where individuals can actually get a loan and build their own houses and have their own house built through a financial, like outside. But I think that one of the struggles is that paying for a house, because building on the reservation is one of the biggest challenges that we have for costs. We don't have the economic supply chain for lumber yards. As I know I mentioned from last meeting, we were just researching yesterday the cost of OSB from 3 years ago today. It's increased 368% for one sheet, from when it was at $7 to roughly over $23 for a sheet. And that's the transportation cost of us bringing into the reservation, and the pandemic hurting us. So with the money that we have that's looking at this, we got to look at smart growth building. Smart growth building is looking at areas that we can be more fruitful for housing in certain areas. I know, as I mentioned during my presentation with council last week about internet, broadband, all of these areas. All native communities have been dependent on that new 21st century type thing, but in some of the rural areas we don't have that. So this smart growth development is something that we need to really look at, because it's going to cost us money a lot higher to bill out as we go through these trying times. In terms of the other programs with rent to own for housing, grant homes, there are some programs there, but the programs that we have is, as I guess, a question, does some of these grant homes and low income, does it make our Navajo people or Native people dependent on these areas of assistance, not wanting to elevate themselves? I'm not sure. I'm not here to judge individuals, but it does make an individual, if you can get stuff for free, they want to stay at that level. But I think as we look at this with this work session, how we're going to build the program setups, program deliveries, because the policy and regulations in terms of NAHAZA, the programs are all separated. Say like this year, Navajo Housing Authority is receiving $72 million. $30 million of that is by regulation goes to the operation and maintenance of 1937 Housing Acts. These are units that were constructed in the 60s all the way up to 2000 when Nahaza kicked in on across Indian country. 40 years of housing public rentals that we have, those monies, the 30 million goes straight for that, just for the subsidy portion. The subsidy portion also cover part of our public rentals. Currently, NHA has a little over 1,340 units that are zero rent, meaning that NHA pays for the monthly activities and the repairs for those individuals living in those houses. Also, parts of that subsidy, we pay for the utilities. So the monies are split in different categories. So when it comes to a nutshell, after the subsidy money is taken off of the allocations, NHA is left with roughly about 38, 39 million to cover 24 Nahaza programs. And this is where I mentioned earlier the requirements of a total development cost of housing. Currently, we're looking at a 30-unit apartment complex that we're working through. It's been 3 years now. The final product cost is probably looking at 23 to 24 million dollars. And that's just one development site. So those monies that we get, we have to make hard decisions sometimes, but it's depending on the allocations. I know that there was a comment earlier about apartments, housing. I know we need to bill out, and those are some of the areas. The other question about waiving archaeological environmental, in terms of if you want to, if we have control under tribal code, archaeology environmental can be done for the aspects of the actual land withdrawals, allocations. But when we go into the use of federal funds, it kicks in a different level of environmental review or approval. If we have to use right-of-ways granting or leases, which requires BIA approval. But I think those are some areas that we can revisit and see a discussion with BIA, where can we improve some of these areas. Moving on to this part of it, this is one of the things that we mentioned earlier in some of the areas of document management overall for the nation as one clearinghouse. Moving on to Mr. Brown, questions. How much in locks? Well, currently in locks, we're running about 211. And as I mentioned earlier within my week report to RDC or Nabi or RDC, I had a little over $50 million under contract. Various different stages of repairs, design builds for new development sites at different locations, building of community centers, office buildings, group homes, repairs, different stages in terms of crime prevention lighting systems. We still have roughly $40.1 million going through that project procurement aspects of it. And part of that $212 million is part of the subsidies to carry out the actual 1937 activities, which is maintenance and housing management for 1937 units. So as we break this all down, those costs are driven to different programs. In terms of the Denohoto site, I had an opportunity to work for BIA facilities. If you have the site available and you have all relevant data, we are happy to work with you on those. I know in the past when we're doing the school replacement back in the 90s for BIA, we went through 9 different development locations The issue wasn't finding a large enough area. The concern there was that the groundwater table in that community, they have a lot of water. At one location, it was only 8 feet down below grade. So if you have a site that's all prepped, that's something that we can work on. I'd be more happy to get my staff to in contact with you. In terms of apartment complexes, we're working with Shelby out of within Sandstone on some of the funds that we may be able to utilize through CARES to help them out there. But the one thing that we're working is walking that fine line of determination how the impacts of COVID on those clients, which we're developing a documentation to support, and if HUD comes in and audits us and saying, are these people really impacted? Making sure we have those informations in places. And those are the question about section 50C4 program. There is a need for partnerships, but the one thing that we all need to understand is the Housing Authority went through trying times back from 2007, and those are all based on audits. After that time of the HUD reviewing us, NHA expended a little over $90 million on programs with subrecipients that have failed. Buildings were built, buildings were invested, houses were built, never occupied due to the lack of administrative capacity on those individuals with subrecipients back in the early states of Housing Authority. So as we move through these partnerships, we got to make sure, cross our I's, dot our T's, because at one time HUD has already been holding that dark cloud over us because of our recipients not able to having that capacity, administrative capacity to manage, which at the end, if not, it creates other audit findings. But as we move forward, as I mentioned, those are some of the partnerships that we can do, but we just need to make sure that we fit and meet those requirements under NAHAZA for administrative capacity. Burnout units. Yes, we do have a program under Housing Authority for emergency housing. And some of those temporary emergency housing end up turning into long housing. So it creates some of a backlog, but we do have programs to assist individuals. And I believe that there was some of the requests to bill back at some of their rural homesteads is a request. This is one thing that we thought about. Do we build homes out there without utilities or infrastructure and put a burden on the family? And it all boils down to this requirement for total development, how much we put into that whole unit development cost. And it's something that we need to really revisit. We've been looking at that, trying to analyze how do we redevise that? Do we create our own total development cost for the reservation, because the reservation doesn't have the supply chains on the reservation? That's something that we all need to look at, because it's part of economic development, it's part of natural resource for roads, and even infrastructure aspects of it. And the question about taking the TDHE, well, I think one of the big struggles I see as an individual worked with the Housing Authority and worked outside, Housing Authority needs to, I think the TDHE stayed within the NHA. As long as we can bridge this thing and bring this family unity together for all the different governmental programs to help each other, to execute. execute is one of the things I see that we struggle on the reservation. I know there was a comment that people in Phoenix or somewhere, Anthem or something like that, can build houses real quick. Well, I think from that standpoint, from building off the reservation, some of these communities, these private sectors, they don't have a lot of these governance requirements because a lot of those monies are non-federal. They're dealing with a developer that's using private funds.
Okay.
And that's one thing that we could look at in terms of investments. I know that there was a correct request of building veteran communities. Under NAHAZA, the criteria is that we cannot segregate individuals, has to be open to everybody. But if we have different resources of funding to build that, and then that can be fruitful. And I think one of the things that as we approach here, in the last year or so, I've opened up communications with community development because they have opportunity, a unique opportunity within their area with the same funds that we have for infrastructure. How do we bridge that together? And that's the aspects of knowing what we all do, what the right hand's doing in the left hand. And I think that's one thing that bringing in veterans, bringing in that resource. At one time, Housing Authority had a memorandum agreement with them to assist them on doing some of the areas of what we were talking about, archaeological, environmental, survey, leasing. I know there's one comment that my dad, when he came to the reservation, is that he went to his first Navajo wedding in '66, I believe it was. Story goes, the family built that new marriage, the two persons that were married, built them their home. Some 40 years later, he was asking me how come it has changed so fast. There was no way for me to answer that because sometimes we have lost sense of where we go and how we got there. But I think as this work session goes forward with everybody that we have, is bringing everybody back together. As a family, we do have individuals that will have some concerns, but I think at this point now is bridging all of those areas of how we're going to pull the programs together to meet our target point of housing, infrastructure development. And I think one thing that with Housing Authority, how do we streamline going through building homes? In this past year and a half, we've actually upped our process. We've changed our process. Instead of going traditional type development, go in planning, get your A&E, we've actually moved the methods of contract management to using a design build method, meaning that we hire a developer that has all of the resources together to start the development faster. But the challenges that we had to show our capacity to do that, which we did. The last question from Honorable Brown, data. Earlier in my presentation, I says we need to have a clearinghouse of all data, applications, information. Demographic is critical. This data can be shared by all of us on how we report, because as you may all know, every one of us give a different report, but if we all have the same information, we all understand where we need to focus on. NHA does track the application of past years, but unfortunately we don't put it in the data to really where it can be extract faster. But we're working on that with our GIS data. How do we create that to actually report that out that's quantified? And that will look at areas of individuals not approved, high income, rationality, because I think as we look at this, how do we help all levels of individuals? not just the low income, but everybody. So, Speaker Damon, I hope I answered. The information is there. I'll return that back to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wasetta, for the presentation there. And I think some of the methods and that we're utilizing here today is to start this dialogue and discussion, see what we can do, Mr. Wasetta, and coming from my colleagues and moving forward. I think one of the biggest aspects I think we need to look at too is that outside of what NHA is receiving right now, whether it be the last 20 some odd million that we got in the CARES fund to the under 40 to $50 million this time around that is going to be received. And as you just stated, that's something that you don't know what the specific expenditure guidelines are on that yet. I think one of the things that we're asking too, I think maybe I should have made it clearer too as well, Mr. Wasetta, is that under the presentation here today is that we're looking to see how NHA could help expend some of the funds too as well through these ARPA funds. If there was any funds that was given to year off to NHA, how could that plan be developed? How many homes, let's spitball out there, getting out there. If there was $100 million that was allocated from the ARP funds to NHA, how many homes could be built with that over the time period of 36 months or 34 months by the end of 2024? So I think that would help alleviate some of the restrictions too as well that one HAZA has put in place and has put a restriction over the current aspects regarding income, and also allude to some of the restrictions and guidelines that might be reciprocal on some of the waivers that could possibly be in place for a lot of this red tape to go through. So I think moving outside the box of what HUD has delegated and has funded to NHA at this time, I think that's a plan that we're looking at too. And I think that's something where you could identify in that plan to say, what could we do to help assist the nation build homes over the next couple of months, next couple of years, in under 3 years, and how many homes could that be built out, and what is that number? And is that something that we would be looking at NHA to help execute, or is that something we would look at the internal process of Division of Community Development over here? So I think that discussion needs to happen, Mr. Wasetta, and I think that opening that dialogue too as well will help guide the process of where we need to look to execute the need for the Navajo people. So I just wanted to add that in to the presentation on the overview, Mr. Wasetta.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. In terms of the overall assistance, and this is one thing that listening to discussion from yesterday, there's a lot of areas that we can pull information, documentation that has been done in the past with this community master planning, pulling those documentation together to seeing what areas that have been identified in terms of to push housing out there in relation to the information that we can acquire from all the recipients from or utility individuals across the reservation. And I believe that data information, data sharing to streamline a lot of the pre-planning aspects up to rollout will be, because once the biggest struggles that I know that I hear from everybody is just getting through the gate, so to speak. And I believe that from Housing Authority's mechanism, from some of the areas that we have specialties in terms of our environmental, some of the specialties we have with surveying. Those are some of the areas that we can help in terms of utilities. At one point, we did have a civil engineer that done a lot of calculations for us for some of our terrain evaluations. But I think that's one area that we can truly help with to roll this thing out with this ARP. The other part is the guidance interpretation once we've seen what we can do. I know that with some of the utilities that they planned through the previous CARES, we done as-built for some of the right-of-ways. And that's going to be a collaborative effort that how do we could help here and gear up in terms of staffing, because we do have our own survey program, and we have our own registered land surveyor. So those are some of the components that we can assist with in terms of program activities once we lay out some of the housing areas that we can meet in terms of cost estimating for the monies that are going to be coming in. Sir, back to you, Speaker.
Thank you. Colleagues, let me go ahead and go on down. Vince James. Honorable Vince James.
Yes, another speaker, other members of the council, other NHA, Kodon is not Negi, Anna Foyat A. Bene, other Dyson of Aigi, Kodo, Dida, how one has under in regards to housing. I know my colleagues did bring up some great points and some great issues in regards to housing, and what I indicated in our meeting, there's been some lands that have been withdrawn and identified for housing development. And so with that, you did touch on one area, which was Cornfields chapter, and my understanding is that it has been reduced from 15 house units to 10 house units. And so in that concept, has NHA approached the chapter in regards to the issues that NTUA is bringing to your table? And this is the first that I've heard of the issue regarding power, and I don't think anybody has approached the chapter to do a cost share to increase or to improve that power line there. So that's one of the areas that I really wanted to touch base on. And then there's also, of course, the other individuals, chapters that I represent. And within all the 5 chapters, I have veterans that are in need of homes. And this has been a lengthy discussion, and a discussion that has been an ongoing topic, and we just keep going round and round. And so at this point, I would like to hear from you to see if you have some sort of housing plans established by NHA for our Navajo veterans. Do you have a housing plan established for our elderly throughout the Navajo Nation? Do you have a housing plan that's in place for Navajo individuals with major disabilities issues? And then last, do you have a housing plan for homeless? And we continue to talk about a one-stop shop. And I don't see this happening as a one-stop shop, because eventually NHA will ask for so many different documents and different kind of documents, supporting documents from individuals of these grid areas that I touch base on. And it's just very concerning because I know that veterans has addressed the issues to us regarding veterans homes as well, and how they have over 1,300 applications of veterans requesting for housing assistance. And has that, as NHA, as you being the interim, and then also the board, have you guys looked at those concept of how you guys are going to assist veterans to address those 1,300 applications that they have? I'm assuming that there will be more because they did have a short time frame of having veterans submit application, and at some point they had to stop it. So eventually not all veterans were able to apply. And so that's the reason why I'm asking, what kind of a housing plan do you have for our Navajo veterans? And another area that I wanted to ask was, have you guys looked into a plan for maybe a retiree or a community of age over 55 or some sort for our elderly? A small little community area just for elders that are over the age of 55 or over the age of 60. Have you guys looked into that concept of developing some housing units in that area? And that is the reason why I'm asking about, do you have a housing plan for our elderly? As we continue to move forward and continue to go round and round and have all of this wish list and high hopes, I have not seen any of these housing plans from your office. And again, like I've stated, Cornfield has like 100 acres sitting there for housing development. Ganado has 45 acres sitting. And then Kitlachi has 90 acres sitting there. And then you have Steamboat, over 140 acres that's sitting there. And then in Jedito, you have over 190 acres sitting there for housing development again. So when you put all those acreage together, I mean, has there actually been a thought of putting some kind of a age community housing units, just like for our elderlies? So that's the part that I really wanted to touch base on. And we tend to forget our Navajo individuals with disabilities as well. And we do have quite a bit of Navajo individuals that are homeless, that just go from home to home and are trying their best to get situated with getting a home built. And some of them have home site lease. Some of them don't have home site lease, and this would be another great opportunity for them to be part of that community of the age community if there was homes built in that fashion. So wanted to ask those, and how many inactive applications do you have at your office that are been submitted and that are waiting for a home to be provided to them, maybe in other communities or maybe just at their own home site lease stead? So if you can provide that information, that'd be greatly helpful. Again, thank you for the information. The rest I talked to you and I brought up issue to you on that. I believe it was last week sometimes when we had our NHA meeting. So thank you again. Going back on mute, speaker. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vince James. That, let me move on down. Chairman Daniel So, floor is yours.
Okay. Am I off mute?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Langsat sila. to legislative staff, legislative council, Mr. Wasetta, colleagues also, and NH staff, administrative staff are on the line also. With some of the answers to the question, and of course to the Navajo listening public. The notebook that I've requested for each of the chapters. The reason I'm asking for that information is I want to see what NHA has on record and those chapters that don't have an NHA initiative. I want to basically help them get the NHA initiative. The other aspect you talked about, 5 and 10 home development sites. Is this a new initiative? Has it been going on? And if it has, how come there hasn't been general public notice to that particular aspect? And it gives the impression that only a few people, perhaps having influence, are the ones that got these 5 and 10 home subdivisions. And that, if that has occurred, then the suspicion just goes through the roof of how NHA is basically an organization of privilege. And that raises great concern. For myself, your organization basically, I mean, you're walled in. An individual who goes to Window Rock doesn't get to see the folks that they need to see. And that shouldn't be the way. The other aspect you talked about is the difficulties with whether they be CFR or HUD regulations or HUD law. Regardless of whether they need local decision-making, regional decision-making, or congressional acts, you should bring them to the council. And for yourself, oh, no, we can't do that. We can't do this. We can't, no, it's impossible. Your aspect of one-stop shop, is that an organizational motto? How do we stop these folks with the first one stop rather than basically giving the folks that are after these NHA developments, rather than giving them an avenue? Go down this road, this street, turn left at council chambers, go into double doors and see there's attention. But it's, one stop. Okay, we got that request out of the way. Next, is that the way the organization works? annual awards for folks that have the most numbers of stops. I'm very critical right now. Oh yes, 2020, we have an excuse. 2019, how many houses were built? 2018, how many houses were built? So in that aspect, it is, my critique is grounded in the fact that we have so many people without homes, so many people that could qualify for free rent, and other folks that could basically do rent to own. Yet the opportunities are almost zero to in a quality of limited. And so this organization that's 50, 60 years old, it's just unbelievable. We have chapters sitting without NHA houses. And
Chairman Daniel So. Chairman Daniel So, going twice. Chairman Daniel So going 3 times. That, colleagues, moving on down. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, are you back with us? Madam Chair, Amber Crotty? Madam Chair, Amber Crotty going twice. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty going 3 times. That. Chairman Daniel So, are you back on? Okay, with that, let me go to Honorable Eugene So. Then I'll go back to Mr. Wasetta. Honorable Eugene So.
The chair, can you hear me? Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Hard question, yeah. The chair, give me the time. If you just need all this, that is not arguing. Don't present us, share. Abonet, Zangochi, I yelled, sheep in yeah, Mr. Hosta, at the Haton, sheep in yeah. To make it happen. Shaving Yahona Hat, but Shavinson. Caution that she need all your not the kid. Shaving, yeah, you see, Sha is Navia. Keep it has Arnicon, and then I don't Hanas, Nishigi, Eba Kaisens, or the caution it on the other side that Yado other. Nishitaset needs so as council delegate to iron those out. There's only key as a law that's been sitting there for so long. It might take time. At that time, it's about or so with our due respect, we need to go forward with whatever laws that's hindering our people to have houses on the Navajo nations. So that and then also Congress and the base of because that shown that we need to visit those legislation. That's what we're here for. That's what I want to hear from division or departments, etc. That's what I'm here for. Right, he's on and console. He cried out what a deep get at all. David yelled or so he asked $8. Mr. The way the Naho one in 8 for $1 ash. Those are that's what I want to hear. Those are the reports I want to hear from any divisions. That's what I'm here for. I don't got always in town. Not I don't want to say that, but it seems that just listen all day long with just with our issues and concerns, but the department or division don't come up with any laws that's hindering them. Has this is we can't put a house for this guy because this land was right here. That's why we're here for as council delegates. We can change it. If it's going to be changed, if we have to fight for it, we'll fight for it. So we can get a house for that person, whoever is requesting for it. In this case. So that's what I really want to hear. I don't want to hear a lot of things that's already an issue and a problem on how it's going to be resolved, because that's what I want to hear. What language is hindering it. That's what I would like to see. And that's what I want to ask for you to give me. See what we got to change with our own laws, or we have to go to Congress. Or not the whole one. Washington. Maybe we can go from there. I just based on beds and hundreds, 100 Washington, no article in the house now. So what so we can get to Congress who we can speak to, who we can ask for these changes up there. It needs to start somewhere. It has to be now. For the next 10 years, 20 years, it might change. But you just don't say that it can't change, and it's been there for so many years. You can't do it. I don't want to hear that shit in regards to legislation, in regards to laws, as far as rules. As long as we got Republicans there in the House and the Senate, I think it's about time that we start pushing something. If we get the Republicans back, the Democrats in the House and the Senate, if we get the Republicans back in there, it's going to be hard again. Just like Arizona, they got Republican state, and also the Senate, and also the House. They are Republican. The House, they're the one that's running the show in Arizona. So so with these things, that's what we listen to all this week. I know there's not going to be anybody coming around with this is the law we want change. Can anybody sponsor it? I would rather listen to that than just a lot of other stuff that we don't know. Because I know there's somehow, some way we need to put a CAN system or CAN plot where they can withdraw, a family can withdraw within their area. Andre has Andre kid has the Anna not to lad. Neske se tar det kanske hålla det att vara kan det not the he have not that instead of putting them in houses in these most developed area and taking them away from their teaching and a lot of strength that they have been on China arcade to the nation hashin all cut they begin academically, westernly. What yeah, when are we gonna fight for that way of putting houses down for these clans out there so they can all start living in with encouragement, with appreciation, respect, honor, a lot of love and faith. Even now, I want that back, and I would like to have that on the legislation. If I'm going to have to fight for it in Congress, I would like to just send me the way, give us some words. It is Janssen, so it's Irish bonds. This case, the homestead. We don't want to put people out there without utilities. There are solars. There are other ways of doing it. These people know they're resilient. They know how to sustain themselves. I'm right in the middle of a chimney. I'm living without no running water and no electricity. And I've been living like that for a long time now. So what I make it by saying that they can live without electricity and water, some of them. They haul themselves. They can even use solar themselves. So these are some of the things that we need out there with these laws with regards to the housing, and that's the reason why I'm very critical about this. I need to change some laws where it hinders the people's benefit. That's what I'm here for. Mr. Key Allen had said, give us something like that. I've been saying this. We're only fighting with a contract. We're a contract track now. We're not treaty track no more. We have to really stand our ground with our treaties. So we need something out there. A lot of rules need to be changed. In the Navajo code, the home site leases need to be changed. Lease and permits, it tore up the whole family. And I mean it, I seen it. When are we going to learn that? When are we going to understand that? That's what I always think. And permit and lease. That's not for the treaty tribe here in the Navajo Nation. They don't resilient, sustaining, faith, trust. I want some laws regards to that within the Navajo Nation code. That's why I'm trying to doing the best I can. I've got just another year and a few, maybe 9 months left of my term. So so this housing, there is a lot of things that's hindering it. Whoever has put that law on, change that is where it can benefit our people. It is young change Kato, let's call but this is what I want. I want some of things changed, some laws that needs to be changed so we can put a house for that person over there that's living over the hill or over the mesa or in the mountains. You see, basically, El Diago. What are because only had it out, yeah, it's on this. We are need a to show Pani home bandit us. Otherwise, they don't be happy. Like I always tell you, in Chinle area, we adopted a lot of people. Oh, I adopt India here as a Naabik'íyáti clan, on the Tanzania clan. The middle was on and that's to the also say that's great as a haunt about an about 100 to change it. In the region, nasty snow at our house. So that's how we would start building the Chinle area here. I all cut not clear with my chair as yet, not only I didn't know. I don't hospital, I didn't know. A lot of people came here to live in Chinle now, surrounding the hospital or so a lot of areas. They came from other places, what I go is to change that case. And I say, oh, this case, but now I would like to make houses for these people that really need it. I want laws that's going to benefit them. That's what I want to see. I'm sorry if I'm sorry. I ask for that forgiveness, but this is what I want, and that's what I stand with, and that's why I became a council delegate, because I've seen this all my life. I'm 68, going on 69, and I'm still living the same way as I was born back in the 50s. So we need to change that. Once so ecological hospital, there's a lot of burnout. I put that in the CARES Act, but Mr. Naz vetoed that area for that agri housing. So for that, I'm just even micro hospitals. The chair though, I should say, I should give me this time, but if I need to say something again, I should not be decent very much, but I'll ask for it though. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Eugene. So, let me go back to Mr. Wasetta.
Hello, Speaker, Damon and Council. Okay.
Yes.
I'm going to have Mr. Franklin answer some of the questions he handled within his program activity.
Okay.
Mr. Franklin, are you on? Okay, that's probably.
I have to press *6.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I got interrupted by contractor who was here. What is the who am I responding to? I have several notes here.
So, Speaker and Council, we had Mr. Vince James regarding the housing, regarding the land withdrawal within the area.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Franklin.
Yes, sir.
Can you state your name for the record?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
就是要带你的是 Ernest Franklin 是，你把在Twin Lakes, New Mexico，你要的是啊是呢，可以按你instead of那可以那把是钱，然后OK 的是那了都拖的钱的是钱，到现在到的是都也快，说的好是阿姨，in response to Mr. Vince James, and also like to address the Nabi committee, and thank you, and then the chairperson there, Mr. Seth Damon, thank you for giving me the opportunity to provide some comments here. Mr. Vince James had mentioned special needs for housing, mainly for veterans, elders, homeless, disabilities, and we clarify those as special groups, and then we also have in our intake application, that's where we identify these groups of individuals that are in need of houses. But unfortunately, HUD funding does not have us what they call segregate our clients. We have to treat all our clients the same way. So when we do provide housing, we do have that status, but we only keep it for record so that we can report. When we do report, we say that we provide this much housing to these groups that was mentioned. But we can't really segregate the funding, federal funding for this. A lot of times they during our audit process, they'll ask us that are we helping other funding sources out there, because they have separate funding for these special groups, for elderly, for veterans, and other clientele that are like that. So we have to make sure that we don't mixed funding with other funding sources out there. So that's kind of the reasons why we have to be very general in our housing intake applications. But we do work with partnerships with others, like Mr. Z, what they call him, the veterans. This year's funding mechanism does have him as a applicant for veterans housing. We set aside monies for his initiatives. So we can do that, and then they are on their side. They also work with other funding sources, so that we can continue to and they can use our funding as matching. But you have to remember, and this is what we have informed the Veterans Administration, that if you use 1 penny of the HAZDA dollars, you are required to do release of funds activities, meaning that you have to make sure that you follow the NEPA requirements and everything that's tied to these funding. Federal funding from HUD is very restrictive. It has a lot of ties on it, and we've been accused of not following. A lot of our audit findings are based on those restrictions, and they ask us, has this received federal funding? Have you done the land use agreements? They ask us this stuff, and if you read into those audit findings, you'll see a lot of those questions in there to make sure that we don't segregate. We follow all the federal guidelines. We follow everything. So if we deviate from that, it will become an audit finding for NHA. So and then for retirement homes, we can work with that's what you call model activities under the Indian Housing Plan. Model activities are for certain types of groups that are under the model activities. You also have an activity there called group homes, elderly group homes, and that is for that kind of purpose. So as Dwayne had mentioned before, when we get our yearly allocation, we're only working with a fraction of that yearly allocation that has to be spread over all these different activities that are given to us each year. So there's kind of like Dwayne was saying, we have to make a tough decision on where this money is going to go based on the status we have out there. And then land use plan activities. As Dwayne had mentioned, we did work with the chapters 4 years ago to establish and renew their land use activities. And then we try to work with the chapters in putting housing development within those land use activities. And we do have to make sure that the utility capacity is there. Remember that HUD funding is required that we provide safe and sanitary facilities, meaning they have to have water and sewer capabilities, so it meets the sanitary conditions of that unit. So and then our application status, we can report our application status. Our housing director, which is under my division, can provide the application status of how many applicants were taken, how many were on the wait list, things like that. That's part of our monthly report that we do every month. So we can provide that, and we are working with our GIS system, and one of the systems that we're reinitiating is our document management system that will tie all our documents to georeference points, meaning to actual mapping points, and have the documentation actually attached to that. So with and then response to Daniel So, we do have in our land information management system, we do have reports for each and every council delegate. We had provided those reports about 2 years ago when it was in full operation, but we lost that capability from previous directors, our previous CEOs that didn't see the need for that type of infrastructure, that type of capability. So we kind of lost that support. But when Dwayne gets back on, we were able to reinitiate the GIS system that we've been building up for. So we're rebuilding everything, and we should be able to have the capability of providing reports for each and every council delegate per chapter as far as housing conditions and things like that. So that's one of the initiatives that NHA is trying to do, and we want to make sure that we are transparent with our communities. I'm pushing our project managers to make sure that once they do a feasibility study on a chapter land out there on a pre-selected area, that we do provide that report back to the community so that they have an understanding. Some communities, they don't like our reports, but we tell them this is what's happening out there, and they don't like it when we say that NTUA just gave us a letter that says that they don't have the water capacity. They'll have a 6-inch line out there, but they will tell us that those tanks are not charging fast enough, and they're discharging faster than we can refill them. So those are the things that we get from the utility company. And you might have a power line out there, but sometimes the transformer systems are sitting like about 15 to 20, maybe 30 miles away from the community that controls the amount of power that goes through those power lines. And a lot of times they'll say you need to put another booster station there so that you can increase the power within that area to meet additional houses. So those are kind of the things that we do here. And then bringing, let's see, what kind of
model from Antelope Point?
So how does as far as the one-stop shop, I don't have any information on that. We can give you how many houses were built in the last 3 or 4 years. One of the things that we ran into in 2020 was a lot of our home site leases and right-of-way documents came to a halt because they have to be processed through the nomination land department, and they were completely shut down. So everything just piled up over there, and we'd had to just wait until now that they're opening. We're finally getting some of our legal documents. And that includes all the what they call collateral assignments, meaning that we're trying to give the home site leases back to our scattered site clientele, and then also leasehold interest for people that paid off the houses, so that they have a document from NHA. And that all has to be processed through the Navajo Nation. So it has to. I mean, we can do our part of it, but if the nomination shuts down, it becomes a big bottleneck for us. So, Eugene, I totally agree with him. We're sitting on trust lands. One of the biggest problems that I've always said was that the Navajo Nation is a nation without its own property. I don't know, everybody thinks I'm radical when it comes to that, but we are sitting on trust lands, meaning that it's government owned. That's why we don't have lease, or we don't have titles and things like that. We only have leases and permits here on the reservation, and those leases and permits have to be recorded somewhere. And that was one of the reasons why, when we put together our recommendations, was to have a title plant, a fully enabled title plant, to record all our leases and permits out there, so that and the documentation that goes with it, so that we don't constantly have to be looking around for these things and always try to find and reinventing the wheel all the time. So those are my comments on this. Thank you, Chairman Damon. I'll give it back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Franklin. With that,
I'm at the chambers, but I'm going to go to the parking lot over here by Window Rock, and then I'll come back.
thank you, Mr. Franklin. With that, can I go back to Mr. Waseda? Mr. Waseda, is that your closeout? Before I go back to the floor.
Yes, sir. That will close this out. And with all the questions that came out, we'll start gathering for the next session, bringing everything together in terms of some of the potential changes that we can look at, but the inside, and then some of the recommendations of what we can do to speed this along. The second part is the recommendations on the internal side of it. So
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Waseda. Colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue for Navajo Housing Authority. Is there any further comments, questions? Again, this is just a preliminary action, and thank you, Mr. Waseda, for being here with us and
Speaker Callan.
Trying to
Speaker
identify
Ginto.
your reference. And we're looking to have a follow-up again after Navajo Nation Council comes back out of spring session towards the end of the month. And we look to have further discussions. But in the meantime, Mr. Waseda, we are going to be reaching out to your office with variable strategic sessions, not only with your office, but with other entities and collaborative or collaborative strategic sessions that we need to have before we come before your presentation again. We'll be working together with Mr. Paulson Chaco on that effort, Chief of Staff for the Executive Office, and making sure that there's
Speaker, can you hear me?
facilities and moving forward. So with that, I think I hear some of my colleagues wanting to maybe have a further discussion on this. I think I heard Honorable Kian Begay. Is there who else?
Speaker.
Who else did I hear?
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
Yes, I'd like to be added to the queue. Thank you.
Okay.
Chair Eugene So.
Thank you. That Honorable Kian Begay.
Chairman Callan Kudo. I guess you just mentioned it. I wanted to make sure that the request for a follow-up, maybe a complete, comprehensive report on all the funding that they receive in HA, and then I like to specifically request NHA Executive Director and the NHA Board of my submission of housing needs of the 5 chapters that I represent. And I specifically like to request for a full report back and how and what they have been, reviewing or what their official response is. Ecuador, Sahanda Atlepat Shaki, Ecuador, now Lindigi, but question. Did out and the has the door, did I have one Lindigi, but the Hoye latte. Go it out the Asia or provide me recommendation. In need of what egg go in out Lindigi chapters, then what I lago Ecuador, Board of Commissioners that Lindigi do out of the Executive Director. Then there's about 4 or 5 different executive directors, so I'm not sure how the current acting director will respond. I'm sure they probably won't respond to it because it wasn't addressed to me or that's not the thought. But he, Mr. Waseda, is the position to address everything else. So I'm specifically requesting because I need to respond back to my 5 chapters. That's the main reason. Chapters then what I yila did not hold it could then has a key for one. They was never done Nigo. Other Cordona such during the confirmations and then every division director, executive directors, Yahanana Taho Kon Nana that the Schneego Kodo called at the Mr. I don't know, I think I sat down or had forward this information to them, but I need to review some of the emails that I've been exchanging with the NHA. So 8A, yeah, start specifically through the NABI work session speaker. I'd like to request an official response of the statement that I have forward to them regarding the housing need at each of the 5 chapters that I represent. Plus, on top of that, requesting for a follow-up with NHA. Speaker. That's my request.
Thank you very much, Honorable Keelan Begay. Moving on down, Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, floor is yours.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
I will apologize, Speaker. I am in one place. I am at home, but it's very windy here in Shiprock, and I know that that really does affect our connection, not only with internet, but also with our phones. So I'm going to apologize early. There's probably a good chance I'll be cutting in and out. So, Mr. Wasera, I'm going to be asking you some questions, but I'm also going to be emailing you these questions as well, because I need to see this in writing, and it's also information that should be shared with the public. So I want to know the exact number of how many homes were built in 2018, 2019, and 2020. 2, I want to know how many boarded homes were reopened in 2018, 2019, and 2020. And what I mean by boarded homes is many times we see in our communities, a lot of these homes are boarded up. And I know that there's funding available to address those homes, but I don't see many of these homes being moved on. So, but we do know that that need exists. So if you could tell me how many of those homes that were boarded have been reopened. 3, if you could tell me, I know that I think in 2019, you guys, NHA did a application drive for the communities. I know that I was present when you guys did it here in Shiprock. It was at the chapter house. So I want to know, based on the information that you've gathered, which community is most in need. Perhaps you can, give us a rundown of all of the communities that NHA went out to get this information. 4, I want to know what data is used to apply for funding from the federal government. So, for instance, are you using the number of applications that you receive based on need? The reason I'm asking that is because many times our Navajo people apply for homes and they're told that they have to pay an outrageous rent amount. And oftentimes I know that NHA says that that's what the federal government is requiring. When I moved back here, when I moved back to the Navajo Nation, I did apply for NHA housing. As a prosecutor, using my prosecutor's salary, I was told that my rent was going to be around $1,200 a month, which was really ridiculous because that was a lot considering how much I was making as a prosecutor. So I want to know, what data is used when you are applying for funds from the federal government. I also want to know, the rent that is received for these homes that the federal government has given money for, where that rent money goes.
They responded back to you?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll pick the calendar for today.
I'm sorry, Speaker, I can hear you.
Oh, sorry. Trying to get DNR
You're fine.
situated. No, I'm so sorry, Madam Chair. Trying to get DNR situated.
You're fine. Thank you, Speaker. And then going back to Mr. Wasetta, going back to the funding that the federal government has given to the Navajo Nation to build homes, what can we do to assist where we can actually bring people back here to the Navajo Nation and offer them housing? I know that that's one of the big issues right now is housing. I can only speak for myself, and I will share that I am living in a home that actually belongs to someone else and the home site lease. I had the opportunity to move to Farmington to purchase a home there, but my community, asked me to stay in the Shiprock community because I represent Shiprock. So I'm currently living in a house that doesn't belong to me. The land does not belong to me because I can't get a home site lease. I've been on the home site lease list since 2016. And so, you know, with NHA housing, I know that I did go there, but they told me that with both my income and my husband's income, we were exceeding the amount, and that's when they came back with another ridiculous amount for rent. And I just thought, no, that's what we were paying for our mortgage in Wyoming, so it didn't really make sense to rent. So I think when we're talking in terms of homes, you know, we really need to get a full understanding of what NHA is using to ask for these funds, and that NHA is just sitting on. I share with the frustration that many of my colleagues share, you know, have already shared with you, and that NHA is not really doing very much. I also agree with Delegate Eugene So in that NHA should be coming to council saying, look, these are what the issues are, and this is what we need help with. We don't get that. And so it's a little bit confusing, because if NHA is not reaching out to us saying this is what we need help with, I'm going to assume that you guys are doing what you need to do and that homes are going up. But that's not what we're hearing. We're not hearing that homes are going up in these communities. If anything, we're hearing more of a need than we are hearing of homes being built. And then the last thing is, when CEO Daesh was there in the office, he really moved a lot of things, you know, here in the Shiprock community. We have had, since the pandemic hit, we had 7. Now we have 8 homes that have burned down in the Shiprock community. And Mr. Daesh was able to help me place 3 families. And I know that there was an objection from one of the NHA employees about using COVID funds to put these families in a hotel. And, you know, I was really frustrated to hear that. I think I was somehow included in that email mistakenly with the response that was provided from one of the employees saying that that money is only for natural catastrophe, which I, you know, responded, is COVID not a, you know, is that not considered to be natural catastrophe? Because it sounded as if this NHA employee did not want to place these families in hotels. And so right now, I do have families that are displaced. They have not moved into any NHA homes. They were told that they have been added to the wait list, but I hear that that wait list is very, very long, which brings me back to the question of how many homes have been built, how many of those boarded homes have been addressed so that we can put these families into these homes. Again, I will state for the record that I am very disappointed in the way that NHA is handling this matter. And if it were up to me, if I were queen of the world, I would disband NHA completely. I would go after the board members who paid themselves ahead of time. You know, I would work to bring federal charges against them, because these are federal funds that were used, and it puts Navajo Nation in a bad light. And so I think that there's a lot of issues that NHA has to address that they haven't addressed yet. We are sitting on millions of dollars, and it makes it very difficult for us delegates when we go to Washington, D.C. to advocate for funds. When we hear senators and representatives, you know, listen to our concerns, but then ask, oh yeah, hi, hey, so how are those audit findings, you know, going with NHA? That is not a very comfortable position to be in. I know there was reference to an audit, but I also know that there's like 4 or 5 audits that are out there. There's and I want to know, I guess that's going to also be one of my questions, how many audits have been completed? And then the last thing I will put on the record is I have reached out to HUD, and I've asked them to meet with me to give me the complete, you know, really what's going on with NHA. because I feel like NHA puts on this dog and pony show for us every single time, telling us what we want to hear and not what we need to hear to address the issues. You're sitting there and telling us what we want to hear, which is why you elude the questions that are being asked of you, and perhaps you need the board's attorney to give you permission to answer those questions, which is why I always ask the question, who is your boss? Because every single one of us working for the Navajo Nation, whether we're elected officials or whether we are put in the positions that we're put in, our boss is the people. We answer to the people. The people are the ones who ask us, where is this at? When is it going to be completed? Why are we sitting here where we were 10 years ago? And it makes it very difficult when we have an acting CEO not answering them. And so I think what we need to do is we need to go into the executive board without any attorneys, straight answer, I guess a section where we can ask the director questions and he will have to answer, because the Navajo Nation is the one who is on the line with these funds. And I, for one, am not seeing anything being produced from NHA aside from your board members being paid ahead of time for work that hasn't even been done. And we have a new acting CEO. How many CEOs have been replaced by NHA? And I think that it really is a disgrace to the Navajo Nation that this is going on and that it's being reported by local newspapers. And our senators and representatives are reading this. And as somebody stated earlier, we had smart, bright people that we said were going to be able to do the work there at NHA. And you have young people who are building homes faster than NHA. Perhaps we should give these fundings to those young people and have them build the homes for us and remove everyone there at NHA. So with that, Speaker, I will be sending these questions like I did yesterday, along with my concerns on this email to Mr. Wasetta, who I'm sure is going to share with his board and the board attorneys and hopefully I will get a straight answer in writing. If not, Speaker, I will be requesting that we go into executive session only with Mr. Wasetta so that he can answer these questions for us. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Chair Charles Newton. With that, we go on to Honorable Eugene So, and I'll go back to Mr. Wasetta. Honorable Eugene So.
Naabik'íyáti. We might send that in writing. I'm going to ask my LDA if he's listening. One of the questions that I want to send out is question to other kids. What is the total of NAHASA funding for the past 5 years? Though, please provide a project listing of the all NHA projects. So how many contracts relate to your request for bid or FB, and how many Navajo contractors has Navajo Housing Authority hired? So how many projects or joint venture contractors? How is NHA helping Navajo firms get into the contracting business? Does NHA hold procurement education session for Navajo contractors? How much does it cost to build a home on the home site lease versus building that same home in a housing subdivision? I'm asking also a question because I want to advocate Navajo-owned business. They get overlooked or passed over by our enterprise. I got on that. My question is, can it be provided 1 year, 5 year, and 10-year projection? Homes initially is planning to build Padonaso, but not just the asas that's not go die for us. So can I not be on this the start to stamp? That to say even out that's so I guess we're going to shoot that all to the housing authority. I don't ask to go the has only asi not coffee asi panichen as council delegate we need to really revisit some of these laws rules. I know it don't conflict with us Title 1, especially if it's coming from the CFR or the ARS, Arizona Revised Statute or other states. So I would really like to change those things with division directors. I should look into it, how we can change it. Out of CFR case or ARS out case or we're a sovereign nation. We have to make our own government, our own laws. It's all your sovereign nation. That can govern us. Only thing that's governed us right now is the CFR and the ARS and other states. What I understand, so we really need your help. We need changes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So let me go back to Mr. Wasetta. Mr. Wasetta?
Speaker Damien?
Yes.
What we'll do is, can you hear me?
Yes.
So what we'll do is the information that the request and actual numbers, I don't have everything in front of me. For the actual units for 18, 19, 20, I'll pull those together in the formal report and response back to Ms. Newton in terms of data for the applications during the 2018 drive. So as soon as I get all of that, I'll do a formal response back to all the questions.
Okay.
And for Mr. So, same thing with costs. I got to pull up the information that we have for the whole reservation that we track. But one thing that I'm going to ask is that these costs that we have for the construction, they need to be held confidential because those costs are hard costs that we have. They can be used for any other projects there for people bidding for internal. So I just ask for that assurance that the information we receive on the costs of there to be held in confidence. Thank you.
Thank you very much with that. With that, colleagues, any other further comments, questions before we go ahead and go on?
This is Delegate Yellowhair.
Delegate Honorable Yellowhair, and who else do we have?
Also.
So. Colleagues, the time now is 12:16. Please be in mind we have little over 3.5 hours left, and we still haven't heard from Division of Transportation yet too as well. So with that, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, floor is yours.
Yes, to the Speaker of the Navajo Nations and 24th Navajo Nation Convention, I just want to make it specific. Some of these subjects already been brought up by my younger brother, Honorable Naabik'íyáti. About this, the share kucha, this is Bangladesh, Nahot in the Naabik'íyáti, Nahot. Just make it specific. I had to do my job. During the time when I ran for the council, Nessa UA shot I has because I'm not on my son. I want sent down no. Because a year ago, I talked to my LDA that can you go through the people all hook on? How many people are elderly in each house? Bedini. As of today, I don't have it yet. Once I have this list, I have 5 chapters I'd like to bring before them and work from there. Binasha and test case or less Johnson, Bishop card or those other than the puppy card or those lots. Jay, you say kiss deep specific. Yego, now Nishiki Binashan case. Hasn't that never caught this short. And he is on then is I got that gracious $1,000 if there was no assistance from the Navajo Nation or use other federal fund, initiative funds, or Navajo Nation funds, I'll tell my people, even not additional. Me, I had to do my job. I know the Navajo law, the law we have with pyramids, are on the way to initiate. They have a different laws too. Yeah, I do respect those in the federal law. They have different law bring these money in. There's a federal funding. That actually art based on it. It also this the Kodik Navajo chapter meeting law. She audit about this about a year ago. We need a list of my people that needs house. At least 5 or 7 chapter per 5. Chapter 7 that we cut on because there's about probably 28 house I'm going to ask for. The neighborhood needs all this. It is my point from here, but I'm not going to blame nobody. I'm going to have to do that my job myself. Let's see where I want to fail or I want to pass and help the people. That's my concern. Not only cleaning that we have to do our job, but on the whole that. It is about this. So, Navajo Housing Authority box name here. According to these houses, going to be scare project for the people not like NHA and one lump some place. It's going to be scare project. It is NHA. I bring this back to you and share those. And I do respect you, whatever you have, but just bring up to date everything. Bring it to tell our colleagues to what are problems on your side. Thank you. But the most concern is there's too many change on CEO. There's another issue. Also, issue the shares. So Speaker Damon, though it's not on you, though it's not on you. So I just share. I talk on. I speak on behalf of also your concern. God bless you all. Also, share.
Thank you very much, moving on down. Honorable Otto So.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Yes, I'm here. I guess MHA, Dwayne was said on those confidential information. What I would suggest is that you do a non-disclosure form. That way, you release those documents to the delegates, and that way they adhere to it. Because at times you do that, and sometimes it ends up on Gallup Independent or something like that, or it's aired on the newspaper or something like that. And that way you have a track of paperwork of what you disclose, so that this information will not get out.
Speaker,
thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Yes. Thank you, Honorable Otto So. I'm Chair Charles Newton. We can hear you.
Speaker, I think it cut out when Delegate Otto So was talking. I apologize. It's probably and then.
No, we heard. We have it. The whole thing's recorded, huh? Yeah, we have it. No, Madam Chair, Charles Newton, the whole Honorable Otto So's whole statement and comments were heard here in the chambers.
Thank you, Speaker. It's probably on my end. Like I said, it's really windy here in Sherbrooke. I apologize.
Okay. Thank you. With that, any other further comments, questions at this time, colleagues? Well done. Let me go back to you, Mr. Waseda. Mr. Waseda? We have to press *6.
Okay, all right, I'm sorry. Let me start off with the information back regarding Mr. Yellow here in relation to the issues that were brought up by Kial and Begay. And there's the need to fix some or address some of these areas here. So we'll be working on those for the next work session to have a area recommendation to address some of those areas that are within the control of NHA. The other part, I do appreciate him looking out or making a statement that he's not there to blame anybody, but to actually roll up the sleeves to work. And I think that's one of the things, the key part of everything that we're moving forward with in terms of a work session. Bringing out those issues and looking at how we can collaboratively work together to address these issues together. And so I appreciate that. In terms of the ICO changes of CEO, it's unfortunate Housing Authority has went through that. But I think one of the things that we will need to, as an organization, is find some stability on that individual for leaderships. Going on to Mr. Honorable Otto So, yes, I appreciate that. All the reason why I'm asking is that we're going to be providing you construction cost information. If the information does pass out, it can get to a point that some of those costs will, it might be something that will impact everything across not just NHA, but chapter projects anywhere else. They'll be utilizing that. So I can look at a non-disclosure statement on that document just to ensure that this is for your purposes only. But I think that's one thing to ensure that that we don't have price gouging across the Navajo in terms of knowing the actual cost breakdowns of some of these projects to build a house. So that's the closeout. I'll turn it back over to you, Speaker Damon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Waseda. And thank you very much for your presentation here today, too, as well, for Navajo Housing Authority. To members of the Naabik'íyáti committee, and thank you for this discussion. We look forward to that follow-up discussion, and again, we're looking forward to the immediate action that we're going to be needing to take. So we'll probably my staff will reach out to you, Ms. Sherilyn Yazzie. And then maybe individual colleagues will reach out to you too as well, just for the fact that once a plan is being developed, I know everybody wants to be a part of that too as well. So again, thank you, Mr. Waseda, you and Mr. Franklin, that were presented here today before Naabik'íyáti committee. That, colleagues, moving on down. We do have Navajo Division of Transportation next on our agenda. NDOT, are you on the line?
Good afternoon. Speaker Damon, this is Garrett Silversmith.
Good afternoon, Mr. Silversmith. How are you doing?
Good, thank you, sir.
Great. That, Mr. Silversmith, thank you for being with us, and thank you for accepting the invitation to present before the Naabik'íyáti committee today. I know that we did receive some documents from you, and looks like those documents were sent out. When were they sent out? So before 9 o'clock. Mr. Garrett Silversmith from NDOT.
You sent it this morning, Manny, along with veterans.
Yeah. At 9:26 this morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Silversmith, for sending over that presentation. So with that, Mr. Silversmith, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, and thank you again, Chair Seth Damon, honorable delegates of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, NABI, President Nez, Vice President Lizer, all our chapter officials, and all our colleagues and partners who are listening throughout this day and this afternoon. So it's my pleasure and honor to speak before NABI. Garrett Silversmith in Chiat Kachin Isle, Ashihe Bashin, Ara Torichin Dashe Hanawatni Dashandale. I am the Division Director for Navajo Division of Transportation, and I am accompanied here this afternoon by several of my managers and staff here at Navajo DOT, Mr. Joe Peterman, Mr. Taft Blackhorse Jr., our Deputy Division Director, Ms. Norma Bowman, Ms. Leanne Roy, Mr. Daniel Begay, and Mr. Darrell Bradley. So Speaker Damon and colleagues on the 24th Navajo Nation Council, we recently forwarded you a PowerPoint presentation on the Navajo Nation's transportation infrastructure. So all of you should be recipients of this PowerPoint presentation. And I wanted to begin there and go slide by slide. So whoever's the host on your end can pilot this presentation, and I'll just go slide by slide. Speaker Damon. So I'll begin with slide number 1. Slide number 1 is just the cover page and title of our Navajo Nation transportation infrastructure. Slide number 2. And this PowerPoint.
Mr. Silversmith, are you trying to share your screen?
I provided that to your legislative body this morning, so they have a copy of it.
He's not here, we won't get him.
Okay, we'll get it up there. Go ahead and go, Mr. Silversmith. We'll get it going.
Okay, thank you, Speaker Damon. So this PowerPoint presentation is mirrored and patterned off of what we received from the Office of the Legislative Branch. And they provided us an outline and a guide on what to cover. So this slide PowerPoint presentation is reflective of what was given to us. So we're going by their outline. The first component in this PowerPoint presentation is our needs and priorities of the Navajo Nation. Slide 3 is our transportation system. It's just an overall program, overall glimpse of our inventory here on Navajo Nation. And these figures represent combined routes across the Navajo Nation, which composes of Bureau of Indian Affairs, tribal routes, county routes, and state routes. So here you see we've captured the amount of mileage, overall mileage, both highways, dirt roads, and gravel roads. And what's interesting about this slide here is number 3, over 1,700 miles of paved highways in our system here. So with the amount of funding that we receive, is very limited. Both the Bureau of Indian Affairs, Navajo Region, received some maintenance funds, and it's only in the neighborhood of $8 million per year. Coupled with the Navajo Nation's maintenance funds, it's very limited as you overall try to care for the Navajo Nation's infrastructure system. Slide number 4 is a specifically BIA and Navajo Nation roads. Through our entire system here, transportation system, approximately 83% of our total amount of roads is earth-improved roads. 17% is paved roads, so there's a big discrepancy there, and the need to. And this slide represents The current situation that we are in as a nation, where if we were to compare it to an urban setting, of course, a majority of the roads would be an opposite approach here, where 80 to 90% of the routes would be paved, whereas in Navajo Nation, it's 83% of our primary earth road system is earth roads. And these 83% represents the communal points of bus routes, emergency response vehicles, our elderly, everyday commuters who go to and from their destinations. Slide number 5. We wanted to show our honorable delegates here on the 24th Navajo Nation Council some of our needs and priorities. And this is our present situation at times where we are hit hardest with inclement weather, runoff from rain or snow. The first slide there, you see what was captured just recently on an unimproved dirt road in Salina Cottonwood. Buses getting stuck in there, and Navajo Nation and other individuals, other entities partnering up to free these vehicles from their situation there. N55 in Alamo, we have a approximately 15-mile route that leaves Alamo, heads north to I-40. But within this 15-mile corridor is an unimproved section where about approximately a quarter of a mile is gravel road where as you leave and enter, it's paved. So this area obviously needs some attention devoted to it. Upper right slide is a situation where there's runoff from rain and it overflows and settles onto N15, the primary route from cornfields to Greasewood. One of our priorities and needs here on the Navajo Nation is for culvert replacements, and that's reflected in the bottom left-hand slide. So Navajo Nation and Bureau of Indian Affairs, we partner and try to, it's part of our responsibility to replace and identify some of these culverts that need to be replaced. Along with that is a situation where if we don't continuously do this, our drainage structures and culverts become more and more deteriorated. So the middle slide there is N203 Kintlichi. This is one of our bridges that we're searching for securing funds to rehabilitate it, to improve it. The bottom right-hand slide is a situation that exists in Crystal, N3201. That bridge is closed right now due to its current state that it needs to be repaired. So Bureau of Indian Affairs has closed this road because it's not deemed safe. Right now we are working on this particular bridge. With our limited funds, we're working for a redesign of this bridge so we can get it open. And this bridge has been closed for a couple of years. And that's indicative of about the funds that we receive on the Navajo Nation is we don't have the funds to rehabilitate such a bridge and get it open quickly. But we have funds now that we have approximately, it's going to require at least $30,000 to $40,000 to get this bridge redesigned. Slide number 6. Slide number 6 is our current long-range transportation plan, and soon by September, October of this year, we'll be going before the Resources and Development Committee to update our previous approved LRTP that was approved back in 2016. So it's required by our federal guidelines that every 5 years we need to update this plan. So by this fall, we will be updating our most current long-range transportation plan. And this is our guide and our approach and how we improve and address the needs and priorities on the Navajo Nation's transportation system. Slide number 7, goals of a Navajo Nation transportation system. I won't go through each bullet point, but in essence, it provides approaching our concept toward the safety factor of the Navajo Nation's transportation system, establishing and creating new partnerships with our counties, our states, our chapter communities, and community members. And with this, of course, it involves, like I mentioned, seeking and welcoming our leadership input and feedback on these various projects, whether that be the President's office or the Speaker's office or our chapter delegates, our chapter officials. Continuing on with the outline that was shared by Office of the Legislative Branch is our plans. What plans exist out there that are associated with our nation's needs and priorities? So specifically, we captured some information and we want to share that with the audience here. Slide number 9 is our strategies, our plans, our existing plans, how we plan to address our needs and priorities. And this is a strategy on slide number 9 that represents a partnership that both Office of the President and our division and Speaker's office that we had formulated a couple of years ago. And this is one strategy that if the nation were to be, we know that the nation will be, just like other tribes, will be recipients of funds from the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 infrastructure funds that would be coming to the Navajo Nation. Specifically, I haven't heard exactly the dollar amount that this division will be using to apply toward our needs here on the Navajo Nation. But when we will be receiving some funds, this is one approach. We plan to spend about approximately $320 million and direct it to these 4 main categories, which are identified as bridge replacements, pavement preservation, earth road improvements, and our Tribal Transportation Improvement Program shortfalls. Specifically, I'll get to each detail of that. Our bridge replacement approach here is we want to identify and incorporate $30 million toward this major need, and we have identified in each agency 2 bridges for a total of 10 bridges in each agency for replacement, and it's going to cost approximately $3 million each. Overall, with partnership with Navajo Region Bureau of Indian Affairs, we have a list of bridges where we have identified its critical need, its current state, and its status as far as replacement, repair. Slide number 11, pavement preservation. We want to identify, like I mentioned, we want to identify at least $100 million toward this topic here, pavement preservation here. And our goal is to take our paved roadways on a scale of 1 to 5, 5 being the worst. We and the Bureau of Indian Affairs classify each of our paved roads on a scale of 1 to 5, 1 being the best, 5 being the worst. Many of our roads are in the category of a level of service 3, 4, or 5. So with our $100 million, we want to elevate those to a status of level of service 1 or 2. And we have identified 18 routes within each of our 5 agencies, which totals 377 miles. Slide number 12 is a representation of our strategy to apply $140 million of these forthcoming American Rescue Plan funds toward within the past year and a half, we've already began discussing, conversing, and exchanging ideas with our delegates and with our community members. So with this approach, we intend to apply $4.7 million for each delegate region. And our list of projects has been already compiled and ready to go. So with input from each of our delegates and our community members, we have a list of projects that are developed, and it's ready to go on to the next phase, which will be preliminary design and compliances. So we're off to a great start as a whole, as far as the Navajo Nation, if we were to receive $140 million, we can apply it to these most critical components of our transportation system, which we can result in $140 million toward that effort. And finally, every year, every 5 years, at minimum, we have to incorporate a tribal transportation improvement program plan. So many of our federal highway funds are tied to this TTIP plan, this TTIP. So in this approach, we intend to apply $50 million toward this TTIP plan, a list of projects. Currently within this plan here, we have over 25 projects that are listed. Some of these 25 projects aren't fully funded. They need more funds. So with the extra $50 million that we intend to devote to this effort here, this $50 million can supplement those projects, those 25 projects that have come up short to complete their scope of work. So overall, I discussed $320 million toward our efforts, toward our suggestions, toward our recommendations on how we handle our needs and priorities. Additionally, in slide number 15 here, what I wanted to share with the honorable delegates is, what about new routes? Well, we've identified our suggestion and recommendations. We're going to apply $250 million toward new routes. So we have a list of potential new routes that we want to construct in each of the 5 agencies in 3 states, Arizona, New Mexico, and Utah. So we're on slide number 15. So this $250 million will go toward this effort as far as new construction. I know each community, each chapter has some viable and projects that we could spend each of this $250 million toward. But it's going to take a group effort as far as identifying which agency, which route, which area is going to receive some of these funds, and it's a huge effort. But we have already initiated some discussion, and we've got some feedback already from some of our chapter delegates. So it's a huge undertaking, but of course it's not impossible. It's something that's certainly achievable. And this slide here represents a result of such teamwork, of such partnership here. In this slide here, you see a recently completed Kaibito project that we completed in the fall of 2020. And this was completed by Navajo Engineering Construction Authority. Design was done by Bureau of Indian Affairs. The procurement, construction management was done by Navajo Division of Transportation. So through a tri-party approach here, and with support by 24th Navajo Nation Council and our President, Nez, and Vice President Lizer, this was a result of what we completed in 2020, fall of 2020. Here we're looking directly northeast at a roundabout in Kaibito, downtown Kaibito. Slide number 16, going again by the outline provided by the legislative branch here. What is the needs toward recovery during this situation that we're going through as a nation here? What is the divisions, what is the Navajo Nation's unmet needs of our sectors with regards to recovery of COVID-19 pandemic? So our needs are going to be answered through the American Rescue Plan, and I've already identified our needs and priorities, but I wanted to go into detail this American Rescue Plan. So I'm on slide number 17. So this slide represents the recent Biden-Harris administration approach on what I'm showing here on slide number 17, the amount of dollars that will be potentially coming to the Navajo Nation. In the upper right there, you see a current situation where previously in Burnt Corn, Arizona, which is just east of Pinon, Arizona, and west of Salina Cottonwood, this was the before picture. And this was an effort by Bureau of Indian Affairs, Chinle Agency, and Navajo DOT, where we came in and we achieved positive results, and we were able to rectify the situation that you see there. And there's many, and each of us can say from memory, from experience, where culverts such as this being exposed without adequate protection and erosional standards being applied where we can identify some of these situations in each of our communities. Slide number 18 is our approach to the American Rescue Plan here, our division's approach. We want to approach this where we want to fund projects that are ready, can be ready within a year, preferably within 6 months. We want to provide these funds equally across each 5 agencies and as best as we can through each of our 110 chapters. We want to improve our most frequently traveled routes and those routes that have a level of service 3, 4, or 5. We want to replace bridges that have poor ratings. We want to identify and administer an approach where we positively affect our paved highway systems out there. We all have in our communities, we all have routes that are cracked, that need crack sealing, pothole patching, new striping, new shoulder improvements, new right-of-way fencing, new signage, and so forth. And so we want to apply that as far as the scope of pavement preservation. We want to improve our earth roads. If you recall, we're applying $140 million toward our earth roads. And some of our current federal highway funded projects have experienced shortfall as far as funds to fully, adequately address their needs out there. So we want to address some of those by applying some money toward those projects that have shortages of funds. And of course, finally, we want to develop new routes in each of our 5 agencies. Slide number 19 is what I am on right now. Some of the challenges that we face as a nation here are getting our children to and from schools every day, our elderly getting medical attention, our veterans getting to and from their medical appointments, and so forth, deteriorating roads, bridges, airports. Our challenges, if each of the A, B, and C are adequately addressed, it'll improve our economic development, and at the same time, it'll create jobs, and of course, it'll positively create a positive upscale in our tourism. Slide number 20 is just one final outline per Office of the Legislative we want to address, and that's streamlining and other recommendations. So with the nation, Navajo DOT, and the overall our nation here receiving American Rescue Plan funds, we want to apply some recommendations on a positive and a successful approach here as we are recipients of some of these funds here. We want to avoid what we see in slide number 21. Slide 21, again, the nation is in our inventories, both on the tribal and on the BIA side. We have 9,500 miles of dirt roads, and this is just one of those miles here that you see in that picture there. And we got to do something about this. We got to improve our livelihood of our school kids and our elderly, every one of us who travel on these roads. And these forthcoming funds aren't enough to address each of our needs, but we strategically and with a smart approach, knowledgeable approach, we can address some of these needs that we see there in slide number 21. Our challenges and our recommendations is stated here, beginning with number 1. We want to hire and retain NDOT staffing. We want prompt payment of our contractors and our consultants whenever their work is completed. There isn't going to be a surplus of contractors to bid on our projects, and that's going to be a challenge there. We want our partners, as far as our regulatory agencies, there's a need for an increase in their staff to address their portion of these projects as it goes from one start of a process to the end of a process. Each of our partners have a staff size that isn't enough to address our projects as it achieves environmental compliance, right-of-way, securing right-of-way, and this is where we need help as far as these additional resources to help these projects. Navajo DOT can only move a project in its limited authority. Thereafter, we rely on our outside partners to move our projects forward. We need our continued successful coordination with BIA to continue. Our right-of-way process needs to be improved and needs to be revised. Our supply of materials, our aggregate, our base course, our borrow material, our water resources, there's going to be a lack of, possibly a shortage of these resources as we tackle these projects. It'd be in the best interest of the Navajo Nation if immediately we were to identify some funds toward heavy equipment purposes. And finally, I've discussed about the needs for improvements, the needs for new routes, the needs to address our priorities here on the Navajo Nation. But once we achieved all that, then we got to return and maintain and preserve these routes once they are completed. We need an X amount, a certain percentage of routes of funds to be applied toward maintenance and preservation. Slide number 22 is just additional response to, on slide number 22, it's just specifically what we want to do to our recommendations. There's 9 recommendations. The first one is to retain NDOT staffing and provide competitive wages. It's crucial, it's important. We are losing some Navajo Nation employees to higher salary county, federal, and state positions. And our salaries need to be competitive to our partners so we can retain some of those staff. We need prompt payment to our contractors and consultants. As a suggestion, we would like to have a dedicated staff over at OOC to address strictly our transportation needs, possibly a P card specifically for this purpose. Or we need a standalone program for prompt payment, meaning that these funds that we receive from the American Rescue Plan, these can possibly funnel to an outside entity where their sole responsibility is on the financial side of these projects. Because as we know, Office of the Controller, Office of the Controller is currently swamped with projects and their own financial tasks and assignments that they need to do. Our contractors' availability on our projects. What would help with the flow of the processing of our contractors is if we bundle these projects. We can't approach it where we create contracts for each of these projects here. Presently, there's going to be over 100 projects in this approach, in this presentation that I'm doing. So we got to our best effort, maximum extent possible, we need to bundle these projects. Staffing, again, our staffing needs, we need dedicated staff from each of our representative regulatory agencies to be devoted to these transportation projects. Our coordination with BIA successfulness needs to continue. All our projects are going to be completed at or above BIA's minimum standards. We need presently, I'll use an example for a new construction highway or a bridge. If we need to secure a right-of-way, presently the Navajo Nation, Navajo DOT is acquiring this right-of-way from a two-point approach. We don't want that. We want to both the Bureau of Indian Affairs and Federal Highway Administration, a unified, cohesive, one system. So presently, on a BIA route, we have to achieve right-of-way by a certain BIA approach and also from a Federal Highway Administration perspective. That shouldn't be the case. We should be approaching these projects one way and one way only. This will allow for the smoother process of these environmental compliances. Right now, we are presently, on our BIA side, we are required to submit and complete an abbreviated EA, which will eventually return into a finding of no significant impact, a FONSI. That's BIA side. On the Federal Highway Administration side, we achieve right by categorical exclusion. So there's two different approaches. We need both entities to understand that let's approach this from a one single perspective, and let's get environmental compliance from one unified approach. Slide number 24. Slide number 24, our right-of-way dedication for our Earth Road projects. Recently, 2 weeks ago, we met with US DOT and we explained the situation with them, what I just briefly explained to you. We need our right-of-ways to be expedited. And if our right-of-way approach, securing the right-of-way is prolonged, it's going to ultimately lengthen the amount of time a project is completed. From what I understand, it's to our understanding, this division's understanding, once we receive this American Rescue Plan fund, we've got to expend these by December 31st, 2024. So both the President's office, our Honorable President Nez and Vice President Leiser, we are currently sharing a white paper that we have created over the last couple of months, and we're currently distributing and talking and meeting with our leadership in DC and here at the local level as far as what we need to do to improve our environmental compliance and our right-of-way process. The supply of materials, like I mentioned, we are currently on the first bullet point, number 7 there. We need to continue our aggressive approach as far as securing the aggregate pits in all 5 agencies. Let's move on to slide number 25. 3 more slides to go and we'll be done. Again, the approach is going to be where Navajo DOT is going to be responsible for the completion of some of these projects. So right now, our basis of heavy equipment is limited. So with lead time, we like to address some of these needs as far as heavy equipment. We like to do many of these projects within our in-house staff here, like the double chip sealing projects. We are certainly capable and have the knowledge and expertise to complete all of these projects within in-house, but with the enormity and a large amount of projects that we have forthcoming, over 100 projects, it's obvious we're going to need assistance from outside contractors. And finally, slide number 9 is just a repeat of what I had said previously. We need to designate other sources of funds in the future for these maintenance and preservation projects. When we complete a project in year 1, everything is great for the first year, 2 years. So as an example, for a paved road, if we complete it, it's newly constructed, year 3, year 4, the paint on that highway the color is going to start fading, so we need preservation costs as far as to restore the brightness of that yellow and white stripes. Our right-of-way fencing might be damaged. We need funds to repair those damaged right-of-way. Signage are going to be vandalized and be destroyed. We need funds to replace those and repair those. So that's our intention there in bullet point number 9. Slide number 26, and finally slide number 27, is I want to sum it up with this last slide here. With this approach from a partnership from the President's Office, 24th Navajo Nation Council, and the input from our community members and Navajo DOT, these 6 slides represent a success, our approach when we apply the scenario toward the Navajo Nations as we receive some of these American Rescue Plan infrastructure funds. upper right is just a glimpse of what we completed in Kaibito, Arizona with Navajo Engineering Construction Authority and BIA. A project in Little Water that we completely did in-house. That was done in 2 years ago. And Chinle, Arizona, a project in the upper right there that is, we had a final inspection and a huge success by Navajo Engineering Construction Authority and Bureau of Indian Affairs and Navajo DOT. We're looking northward at a roundabout at the intersection of N7 and N27. And a few years ago, a successful right-of-way fencing project that we did from Greasewood to Burnside. And finally, a couple of slides to go there in the bottom middle is a project that we presently have ongoing right now. F&F is the contractor out there. The bridge design was done by the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Navajo DOT is doing the construction management and inspection services, along with Wilson and Company. We're looking at a bridge in Lupton, Arizona that's ongoing right now, and we're slated to be completed there later on this fiscal year. And finally, another project, N12, Salina, or Saley Wheatfield, that we have ongoing right now. Navajo Engineering Construction Authority is the contractor, and we're looking, all indications are pointing where a successful project will be completed by late fall, early winter of this year. And finally, slide number 28 is just a closure, providing closure to what we have prepared here for our honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Speaker. And I just wanted to share, we appreciate giving us this time here to show our approach to what we plan to do as a division, as a partner in this team effort by all our partners across the Navajo Nation to make a successful project completion throughout the Navajo Nation as we receive these American Rescue Plan funds here shortly here in 2021. So Speaker Damon, President Nez, Vice President Lizer, and 24th Navajo Nation Council delegates and community members, thank you for giving us this opportunity, and we wish for successful receiving of these American Rescue Plan funds in 2021. Speaker Damon, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Silversmith. Thank you very much for, I really want to thank you for your presentation as we sent out information, and really want to thank you and your staff for reaching out on what was expected on this work session. And I really want to use your presentation as an overall base for every other presentation as well, because it lays out what the objective, what your recommendations are, your plans, and also I want to thank you for your recommendations on the what we need to do in order to help assist not only your area but every other area within, internally and externally within the nation, to help make sure that we get processing of right-of-ways, processing of paperwork, processing of 164 documents through in a timely manner in order for these construction payments to be flushed out and paid out, and overall to have a successful operation. So again, thank you, Mr. Silversmith, for you and your team for that presentation. With that, colleagues, at this time I do have Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair in the queue. Colleagues, let me go ahead and turn it over to the floor right now at this time. Mr. Silversmith, if you stand by for questions, and then I can come back to you. Honorable Yellowhair, floor is yours. We yellow here going twice. signal here going 3 times. That, colleagues, I do not have anybody else in the queue. Office of Legislative Services
Speaker, put me in the queue.
has not received any text messages. Honorable Otto So, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Do you hear me? I really appreciate the rundown and your proposals and Mr. Silversmith, and I really hope that you do give a approach from at the agency level approach. Just not what is popular and so forth. We all know that the TPT is a form has been dividedly unevenly, and Western Agency got the low end of the amount. I believe about 13.8 million versus an amount of lower than the lowest ones, about 28 million. And it's about $16 million difference. And I really hope that you do have a fair, broad plan for your proposal here. And the national formula that I don't So hadit adas anit eda ni jado bek anit eda andishni. Alcohol. I really look forward to a lot of these projects that you propose in the western region of the Navajo Nation. And what up hadis. Salaho tranit ena stanat and at the division level, and a lot of the local level input is really not considered, because just working with your staff, we actually had to reach out to you first in order to get your attention out into the city. We had to say, hey, we need a meeting. Make a meeting schedule. Yeah. I shouldn't be wagging my tail to say, hey, David, Mr. Silversmith, get out to Tuba City. Come out, Kudhanna. Your job as the division director should be, hey, I have my Western Agency staff over there. Chapters, program over that on his feet. And if that's going on in Western, it's going on in each agency. But I really want to see this plan to move forward, because people need road improvements. As such, what you have indicated for educational purposes, health purposes, and traveling for economic purposes and shopping purposes. To go to a grocery store. I don't the disputed lands. We have been very our roads have been put out of these TPT projects. You look at Chinle Agency, how many of the $70 million that's earmarked for TPT is going to MPL area. I don't like an Elmer Brigade area. I said na aja team back to that ne. Said to the hasnet na yape net I that team back hada hadya. Ko back ben and I really appreciate this. I know that everything's up at the beginning, preliminary stages, but kodo belanje ben had this here so I think the not bigly Nishilla so add and then on it uncated. بعدين كده حتى بغان هو ما زي بغان تأخذ يداتن ويجي وتأيده يعني especially in Gap Broadway. Honorable Paul Brigade talks about from Highway 89 Junction all the way up to Marble Canyon on the west side of the highway. There is no windmill. Toby Tohiye alcohol added in the Keda Asia. They're affected by the Navajo Hopi Land Settlement Act. And in Nana Lassen and a chin a ma a masando she a kid a wage in an aunt. Because I don't know his thing. Oh, I use it. Oh, I use it. Come in that I don't know, Papa and Sinki, so Papa, large and fair cost all this. I got ego, non respecting. No, can't. Cameron, Nakat, Lee, about Toki, about he only, I did, you're the thing. Grey Mountain, no, okay. There's pockets of Navajo that live out there. I get chunks of these eat. I didn't had link of the talk. I don't listen to it. I be king that is king. It's a con half gate. On my makes up. They looked at the Hadi king Yago. I didn't okay. Grand Falls only Cameron the Tottenham at Hanati in the national care. The Navajo people is part of this formula, and the dollars coming down the pipeline is generally based off of our Navajo citizens. Really hope that you try to use these dollars to touch those hearts, those Navajo citizens out there. And that's Kingo. And now you have to start and not shut up. Was scared. I never has cash. A bank could buy yesterday. Because I saw that your art as you are not in case of this. I don't could have been flashing that not in KD. Could have not something I don't yell of best had a yard, Royal Haha, Nahad Yago. Me. She won't net now in Naabik'íyáti is shot as yet is shot. These Navajo nets now, and I can't stay on the na shadow up your heart, so let the Naabik'íyáti to be sneaky. Because Arjen Hansen kissed on it. Slani, Bishman, no Arjes, Arje with Yenita. A teen that needs then hit it and hold it. Because a call Arjen so over has listening. Over and send kiss so Minna had up this this. Dark cut that sort of no. Kaya Adula, Kodo. And yeah, I did dark hatch I did, but then not just home. A quabash, the a but then not a quack. But none lean a quack. Because those little, yeah, John cannot aid or lecture that is painted or avant kid. Twin little big. I don't know. The other land, but ego, yeah, much other land, so costo, I could eat king, he but I, none can do, yeah, but I like it, and Eric, I could not say to listen. So I will move forward to support your initiative and your proposal in this transportation plan. And we want to make sure that we, in the Western Navajo Nation, the citizens out there, the Navajo citizens that's living at the Bepaho one, on the west side of Hank's Trading Post, the next year, it's called the like ever go say these which teeny be and the car of the boys and Navajo citizens live out at the western portion of the Navajo Nation boundaries, but yet they're living in inadequate roads. Oh, what's up on this kid? Cameron goes on the side of it. It's in there. And then he kid him. Oh, what's up? Papa and this case, so I need actually what they do, but can't see case with it. But could all Abiado, Annie, not up with these live and have on some case with it. So, yeah.
Thank you very much, Honorable Araso, for that. With that, colleagues, I do not have anybody else in the queue at this time.
Speaker.
Any other comments and questions?
This is Teddy Yellowhair. I'm back on the line. Sorry, I called my name back up.
Honorable Yellowhair, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Yeah, Senat. After Still Hassan, the Speaker of Navajo Nation, Hayan Kiraba. Platon Nan, should echo Speaker. Aratashin Nale. Mr. Silvers, Mr. Nale, Donantag, Mr. Tech Black Horse, Jay. And Mr. Bradley, to the staff. Aroshanat, 24 councilmen, good afternoon. To is not Angie. Or then, this was Anvenat, Adonjinat. To Nikki is not Angie. Jay, first of all, Mr. Silversmith, I'll say thanks to you, my appreciations to you. You're doing a good job to me. There's a lot of work that needs to be done for the Navajo Nations on roads and payments and all. Some have been gravel roads and all those jobs you've been doing with your individual employees with the entire Navajo Nation. I see y'all by Hinson. Excuse me. On behalf of Navajo, Shanale, Shukro, Tawayash, Mr. Honorable Oroso, Kujapianasta, MP Elder, Chairman, Aja, Ajapianasta, the Tele, Eba Hitton, since I became a councilman, as a day one, I met you with my concerns about roads in Black Mesa. Excuse me. There's bad weather where we have the roads are really bad. You can't travel on it. We can't meet in life for chapter meeting. The school closed. And then people have doctor's appointment, they delayed. Everything's delayed. Yeah, here now is Aja Tini Quare, a high in London, 80-31 to 86-6 or 86-5. Asin Tate and Ito Archipanas, here a Kudasakain Lord, a Kondasai Tini Nastia, 80-31. But 86-5 or 86-6, the roads are junk. That road goes to Black Mesa chapter though. Schools about Tiniki, a condemn. There was one issue that concerns the Kajiki clearance about the archaeological survey and realign that in some areas they don't realign. That are your craggy aid of Nyashet and Yadla. Should all need councilman shovel ready to snow. I think we do, but I couldn't keep on working to get this clearance done. Our goal is let's finish this road, get some road done this coming fall. I really need support from the Navajo Nation President Nez. She get to Mr. Liza Ramos, not what that is, 8031, at least because of since 1972, the MPL, HPL, and relocated at the state. This street that are a change at the there's travel, a lot of good opinion for shopping, the pastor, doctors, IHS, located opinion, out of awesome leisure under the Belcons with the Chidal, out of the net, all you things and dollars. They come back on weekend to visit their grandparents and their parents, brothers, siblings, so on. Each of the year, not each of the year, by us, and never it was shade or Dodge neither. The net being that night or not, Hard Rock area, Forest Lake, Black Mesa, school, in the bottom. Today, the school is kindergarten to 8th grade. Large party many for our future the next 20 years. A call is year beta Nicole 24 councilman. I think I'm for kids on it. Crash to my anti auto. As critical a his case in the MPL chairperson. I now can't at all. John in the house a call for just the Mr. Silverstone don't staff. I see your management Kali. I hear in audition a call the don't all clicker. A tina don't let it once of kids or created put in other economic development by EST. Even that the 18 initiatives are team manager. See, the hard to have that team. Out of team venture now. I could tell you about this. Thank you, Speaker. Of Navajo Nation, 24th Navajo Nation Council. Could over carry us a lot make additional information for information. Shumayaja, I see your job, but Eugenia Charles Newton, our chairwoman. Thank you. Kadi Kadona's team, but late just Jim I said, we went on many roads on it 8031, 8027, 8041, but I used to call by Jensen, not on it, as well by the one source, not that's not 24. You know, many by Jensen, your by Jensen, a corner the comes at non patient content in give. Yeah, once I've go back on mute now. Thank you very much.
Speaker, this is Delegate Newton.
Thank you very much, Honorable Yellow Hair. With that, nobody else, huh? Let me just go straight to you, Madam Chair, Charles Newman. Floor is yours. And then after Madam Chair Charles Newton, I'll go back to Mr. Silversmith. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker, and also Mr. Silversmith for your presentation. I will apologize ahead of time. It is the weather here in Shiprock is really bad. My internet is super slow, and my phone calls keep dropping. So I apologize if I'm asking a question that has already been asked, or if you've already sent a presentation regarding the questions that I'll be asking. One is, do you already have a list of projects that you will be planning to, use when ARPA funds come in? Specifically, which projects will you be proposing before this council to be considering for funds? Two is, there's an infrastructure bill that was currently, I think there was an executive order on some of the infrastructure funding that would be made available. Is Navajo Department of Transportation planning to use some of those funds? And again, which projects are you going to be identifying to use the funds towards? 3, have been getting text messages about in 5. I think that road does need to be addressed. If you could put that on your list and tell us when that road will be addressed, that would be great, because there's people listening in on the World Wide Web who are talking about that road. So if you could let us know when that will be, when you're planning to fix that road. I also want to say that I did drive, myself and my husband and Delegate Yellow Hair. We drove 9.5 hours on a Saturday. Delegate Yellow Hair showed me all of the roads within his communities that he's been talking about. Some of these roads are really do need to be addressed. There were some that were really scary, where the edge of there was a very steep canyon in one area that I can remember, where the road in that area has a culvert pipe that goes across the road, and that culvert pipe was starting to show, which to me meant the layers of ground, the dirt that was supposed to be on top of the culvert, obviously has been gritted down through the years. And Delegate Yellow Hair was telling me that whenever the road goes bad, that the grader comes in, that they grade the road. The problem is the culvert pipe is starting to, to pop its head out. And there was also, in that 9.5 hours, we did get to, I actually got to see the Navajo partitioned land, and then the Hopi relocated families who, home there, and the Hopi partitioned land as well. And that has really nothing to do with the road, but us going on this, Delegate Yellow Hair showing me his community, gave me a really good idea of what he was talking about when he was talking about the needs of his community. And through that day, we did meet with some of his community members who were really grateful to Delegate. Telling me that Delegate Yellow Hair was really excited when he said other delegates were also interested in, doing the same thing, and have reached out to him and asked him to show him, the roads that he has talked about. Since becoming a delegate, I know that Delegate Yellow Hair has been talking about his roads. Since 2019, we've been hearing about his roads. And so I hope, Mr. Silversmith, that you can work with Delegate Yellow Hair, to pilot roads in this area, and then team members who are there as well. Some of the things that they have gone through, how many vehicles they've had to trade in because of the condition of those roads. I know that we have problems here in our community of Shrock with roads, primarily clay. Clay is an issue in Shrock, and we have worked really well together, Mr. Silvers, with the road Shrock. I do appreciate that. But as I stated, in Delegate Yellow Hair's area, those roads really do have to be addressed. That you are working with him to try to come up with a plan so that he can take that back to his community and try to, just share information with him about what has been going on and what can be done with those roads. So I appreciate him bringing up and talking about that. Again, we were out in his community for 9.5 hours on a Saturday. We drove out and we got to drive in the back roads, and I got to meet some of his community members. So it was a really good opportunity for me to get a really close view of what he's talking about when he's talking about his roads. I do also want to ask you, Mr. Silversmith, if you did send a presentation. Again, I haven't received it yet, but I will be following up with some questions based on the presentation that you, again, I don't know if you already sent it, but I will be following up with some questions. I will email that to you so that I can get a response. I know that most times I do get a response from you and from the Department of Transportation, so I do appreciate that. The last thing I will ask is, I know that Larry Joe has been working with both Northern and Eastern Agency, and I feel like we've really stretched him to the limit. I don't know if you have already hired somebody there in the Eastern Agency to help assist Larry, but if you can give me an update on that as well, I would really appreciate it. I think that that his position in the Eastern Agency does need to be filled so that he can focus on the Northern Agency, especially since we're having ARPA funds coming out, and then the infrastructure legislation or the executive order that has also been signed, and that's also going to be coming out as well, in addition to the earmarking that the federal government has now allowed for. There will be some projects that I want to see coming out of Shiprock community on those earmarking projects. I'm hoping that we can work together with Department of Transportation, not only from Navajo Nation, but also New Mexico as well, to address those issues. So with that, Mr. Silversmith, those are my comments, my questions, and as I stated, the questions that I'll be asking based on the presentation that you send will be forthcoming. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. That, colleagues, any other further questions before I go back to Mr. Silversmith?
Kealan.
Honorable Kealan Begay. Good afternoon, Che.
Yana Che. Ado Kodo Nahas Naki from the Division of Transportation, Kodo Shanale, Mr. Silversmith, Ado Kodo staff. The one area could up in kit over at RDC. The more road could be built only if the Navajo Nation is able to have resource available. You say gravel. Ishiti kat pecho ilgi anishe sa bi luas koko to nishe kodong koko it would drastically decrease some of the costs of paving a road. Anle tkoje nahol koko kota kodong even hot plant, Kaya puppets adult, ask quake, Kodota inisto de Noda. Jogat, ego, Bessendas, Iki, at the 18 at Daphne. A coco, do but that ego go at each of the area. It all, Hayut o base of article for him day. A call 1 mile, 2 miles, or even 5 miles. At the Benana Yabiga or Koja resource the article that all at home day. What is the overall plan that you need to that you're planning on putting in place of this gravel pit availability, waters, and anything else that the Navajo Nation has to cut it out in the Indian Wells, big gravel pit, gravel hit the key. Other Sahadan, she got the Hakita. According to trucks, you on the Navajo Nation. So just imagine trucks utilizing the fuel. That ego sing koto to job, Baba Kahui ya koko. Legislation that I the thing it's a win la go on that side on the session. Ado a tiki a dada up and I deck kitty just on the here stop Navajo preference had no stop Diego could shut up and OSK that I did Kati it came in the Anishiki a coco in that plan. chin at a lake of course stop on that. Took at the hate a Navajo preference store. I think NECA is a priority. Koko okay at the Ipan Koko Hashin Zaho, Nahoto just take a preference to NECA Hatni Koko. A court that the sheet to be okay. Yes, coordinate as an asta. It doesn't keep and the uninstalled lazy keep. A co a baby Nashiko Koto, fit out the artificial Tiniki, Yago, Honet, Santo Day. A coco, I'm glad that some of our delegates, colleagues that have one chapter is realizing how much more that we have to deal with, having more than one chapter to represent. Our Sahol colleagues has only has chapters out ego copy and has stop a co under Yahida quotation. I could be seated at the end of Satas Netta. A coco latte based on Diniki, don't get your Diniki, to aid the key if it at door. To Yal Lahon Hidhana. Asad, that's one project bigger. Then we have to wait for another year to hit another road project. A call with on his call just so hit out like Ecuador, Mr. This afternoon for Cloud. Maybe what plans we have to send to Mr. Senator. Those indicate next son, I think I just shoot y'all and his proposed son. That is nice. So that's one of the areas I believe we need to advocate that we receive additional funding. Come bigger.
Thank you, Honorable Gambier. That, let me go back to Mr. Silversmith.
Good afternoon again. Thank you, Honorable Speaker Seth Damon and 24th Council delegates. So I have a series of comments and questions from the various honorable delegates. I'll begin with Honorable Delegate So. I did take down some comments from Delegate So. He mentioned the unfair funding formula that exists. As far as transportation related, there is a funding formula that exists through a tribal transportation program fund. And many of the large land-based, large population tribes share these same sentiments about the unfairness of this funding formula. So currently, the FAST Act, which is currently this bill has been extended to the end of this year, and beyond next year, beginning January 1st, 2022, our leadership, congressional leadership, is going to formulate and approve a new reauthorization highway bill for all of the tribes to follow. And hopefully, we as large land-based tribes and large population tribes, we have been corresponding amongst one another, advocating and pushing for the need for a revised formula. When I say revised formula, I mean this formula is an indication and it determines what each tribe will receive as far as transportation funds. So for various reasons, it's been largely unfair to the large tribes from our perspective and from our opinion. and there's many reasons why. So there's that funding formula, and of course, there's another funding formula where the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 is going to be based on a formula that will institute what each tribe will be receiving. So that's what the Honorable Delegate So was talking about. And Delegate So is absolutely correct in sharing with us here, all the listeners, that Tuba City is a vital and important community in the Reston Agency, and of course we have many needs and priorities out there. And so with our forthcoming projects here that we have scheduled for this year and subsequent years, we want to address some of those priorities and needs out in the Western Agency, Tuba City region. So specifically, one of the projects that we're working toward is an improvement on 2 routes there. Hopefully we can get that happening this fall, which is just southwest of Tuba City, 2 routes there within the what they call the Old Port Road area. So that was what Delegate So was talking about when we have a meeting scheduled with him this coming Thursday on April 8th. So, and it's a project we are looking forward for. However, the funds haven't been approved yet by the Resources and Development Committee. So that's something that's a project among one of 35 projects that we have slated for in this fuel excise tax road fund management plan list that's going to be coming toward the Resources and Development Committee. There's many other needs besides these 2 projects that I shared with you in and around the Tuba City community, and Delegate So was just emphasizing that this area should not be forgotten. It's a critical region, and it's a thoroughfare to Lake Powell, onward onto Navajo Mountain, onwards to the Four Corners region. So it's an area where we should maximize its potential out there. Honorable Delegate Yellowhair, I appreciate your comments as well. You've always been a strong supporter, and you provide leadership there to your communities there, and it's great that you and Honorable Delegate Charles Newton were able to make some visits into various routes within your delegate region. Delegate Yellowhair shared some comments that mirrored and were reflective of Honorable Delegate So about the needs and priorities and the areas that need improvements as far as dirt roads, highways within the Black Mesa area and Pinon area and onwards westward to Hard Rock, Arizona. He did mention 3 specific routes there, so it's something that Navajo DOT was in the past supportive, and we will continue to do that. School bus routes, he also mentioned these are important and critical, and I believe we captured the necessity and importance of those school bus routes and how it leads to improve academic performance by our future leaders and our kids and our children. So many needs out there as well in that delegate region there of Black Mesa, Pinon, and Hard Rock. So I know there's a federal highway funded project between Hard Rock and Pinon. So myself and the team here, along with our other partners over at President's Office and 24th Navajo Nation Council, we're going to continue to push for as far as securing funds for various projects in that area. And I know that some of those didn't advance like we had wished for, specifically on 8066 and 8065, but there's other approaches that we can do. So I appreciate Delegate Yellowhair and Delegate Sows for their continued strong support and their respective as they represented those vital communities. Honorable Delegate Charles Newton, Mrs. Charles Newton, yes, we do have a list of projects planned as they are tied with American Rescue Plan Act funds. So, and I did share some of those projects in this afternoon's PowerPoint presentation. And we do have, in 4 critical areas, Delegate Charles Newton, we do have 4 critical areas that we plan, actually 5 critical areas that we plan to spend $670 million, and I did explain that which 5 areas, those vital key areas that we plan to spend those funds towards. And we do have a list of projects, and of course, Shiprock is included in those plans for improvements in maintenance and construction. And she did mention the forthcoming infrastructure bill. I believe she's referring to, Honorable Delegate Charles Newton is referring to the forthcoming Coronavirus Relief and Supplemental Appropriations Act of 2021. We were just recently informed by Federal Highway Administration about 2 weeks ago that the nation is going to be recipient of $16.5 million for transportation improvement purposes. This $16.5 million was the nation's share overall of a large overall source of funds in the amount of $114.5 million. So from our nation's leadership, they identified $114.5 to all tribes, based on the funding formula that has existed within the FAST Act. The nation will be receiving $16.5 million. So further subdividing this to each agency will be receiving $3.3 million. And the scope of work is confined only to maintenance and preservation projects. Those are the only scopes of work that are eligible for usage of these funds. New construction is not an eligible component to these funds. So all our highways, all our existing highways, existing bridges, and existing dirt roads are eligible for these funds. We can maintain them to an acceptable level of service. N5, she did talk about the N5 route from Burnham going westward onto going eastward to Highway 371. So there's areas within this N5 corridor that have areas of improvement. We have areas where it appears the subgrade is failing, and therefore you have the various bumps and valleys as you travel from west to east or east to west, and those areas need to be improved. That's going to take a large effort as far as improving those stated conditions there. The striping is fading, so I believe the main concern is those areas where there's subgrade failure. So that's going to be a combined effort between us and the Bureau of Indian Affairs as far as addressing those needs on N5, and I do fully and wholeheartedly agree with her opinion there and her input as far as improvement needs on N5. And I'll have my staff resend today's PowerPoint presentation to you, Honorable Delegate Charles Newton. I did send it out yesterday to Office of the Speaker yesterday, and I did see that Office of the Speaker did send it out to all of the delegates this morning, but again, we will do that again. Send that out to you, Honorable Delegate Yellowhair, our PowerPoint presentation. And then finally, she mentioned Mr. Larry Joe and his continued efforts toward senior planning activities, his tasks and responsibilities in the Shiprock area. So we do have Ms. Margie McGay, who's assisting Mr. Joe in those areas, so she'll continue to do that just because of the importance of the Northern Agency. And so Ms. McGay and Mr. Joe will be combining efforts to address all of our needs there in the Shiprock Agency. Finally, Honorable Delegate Kiala McGay, he did mention the need for a plan as far as addressing our existing aggregate pits and our forthcoming aggregate pits. Presently, we have a sand and gravel pits management and operations plan that exists, and this was created previously. So I can share this with you at any time, Honorable Delegate Kiala McGay. It's a document that exists, and we've created, and in this plan it identifies and defines our nation's advancement of the sand and gravel pit operations across the Navajo Nation, and our targeting of establishing and creating crucial sand and gravel pits within all 5 agencies. So at any time, at your availability, Honorable Delegate Kiala McGay, we can go over this plan, and I can forward you this plan as well. So Also, Honorable Delegate Kiel McGay did mention that the possibility that right now for some of these sand and gravel pit projects and also some of the new highway construction projects that go out for bid that are upcoming for construction. So his question was, I believe, that if none of the priority ones and priorities number 2 do not have the capacity to bid for some of these projects, is it the possibility of non-priority 1 and non-priority 2 for these contractors to go after these projects? And the answer is yes. And that would be a question specifically directed toward business and regulatory, but I know from experience that these non-priority 1 and 2s can go and try to secure some of these projects. So it has happened in the past. However, some of our existing priority 1 and priority 2 contractors have a troublesome effort. They don't have the capacity to bond these projects. Some of these $30 million projects that we had in Chinle and Saili required bonding in the millions of dollars. And these smaller priority ones, Navajo Nation-owned Navajo Nation-owned companies didn't have the bonding capacity. Therefore, it was they couldn't go after some of these projects. So that opens the possibilities for some of these non-priority 1s and number 2s. So, and finally, Honorable Delegate Kiel McGay will continue on a partnership effort here to continue to secure funds both in the New Mexico and Arizona side of our BIA and tribal route inventory. So again, we appreciate Honorable Delegates Kiel McGay and Honorable Delegate Charles Newton for their continued tireless efforts in their delegate regions as far as pursuing the needs and priorities, not only in transportation, but other non-transportation related projects in their areas. Thank you, Speaker Damon.
Thank you, Garrett. With that, colleagues, let me go back to the floor. I don't have anybody in the queue. No one's texting at this time,
Speaker.
colleagues.
Speaker, can you give me a floor again? This is Delegate Yellow.
Honorable Yellow here, go ahead.
Oh, yat enana. Yat is a share. Thank you. The 24 Councilman share. Koroya got a hadistin so just tell question 24 Councilman. Cross 3 Yahati Honorable KLBK D Koja gravel that I don't know. She's only condition. Nishidi gravel part. Dog and Yashon and Hayat 8 and Hitch. We've been driving on gravel, but it come to a washboard and it gets really hard. You should see. Which in the heat gravel, but just company even I don't recommend me for use of gravel now. We've been doing it for the past 30, 40 years now. There's about 80 bani kato now tinotoyo is greater than that oyo not easy ade kana we the roads have been maintained probably more money than been paved. The road should have been paved 20 years ago. I thought and John don't could save a lot of money. But grading the road and put gravel on it, costs more money. But you never change entirely. It is Bahonoson. Quest 3 had said, Bahonans and all that. The recommendation of gravel. Nishek about that's a since we don't need gravel road now. We had enough. It all about this. They're going to share to the Bayan T shed kittens and got us to the other. Are is enough. I got the only thought is that yet it all is not. That's what we need to do is come for compliment. Though shed all done. The son is on the 10-3 planning meeting. As he said, I was not the Honorable Charleston Chairwoman. It on tradition. The now done yo Diego and it on it all share in calling the chair of a cat cutting the other done minute if Gina Charleston that's from my community from Black Mesa. I'll go back on mute now. Thank you very much. Chair.
Speaker Keown, correction to make.
Delegate Key Allen Begay, go ahead, sir.
My correction, Kodo gravel by Yashtiki, gravel got Hinita Hadot, Nis Eto, the snow, the sneed as a brother. The gravel. It says Kokodo, Nisiki Aj, which makes it that Nagi, the resource. At Hin Hodod, Lishkota Hodod, Nisiki, all the resource. After Shna Aj, a coco gravel rose Edo by Yashtita. So it is Yakoto clarify Nashlad on this.
This is Delegate Yellow Hair.
Shanat Delegate Yellow Hair, go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you for clarification. For compliment. To the sneed on the doors enough and I should net. To the team Mario Tahis Are Nahokos. Yes, neither art and he not even else in Kayati, many is not share. Once on this start, thank you very much. Share on that, eat in the never go back on mute now.
Delegate Walker wants to speak.
Oh, yeah, Shanantai, Nabi committee members. This is Delegate Daniel So. I've been asked to substitute for Cecilia, Honorable Speaker Seth Damon. Because I'll be subbing. So in that regard, then thank you, Mr. Silversmith, for your responses. So next on the queue is Cecilia, Honorable Otto. So you have the teleconference floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Definitely, Mr. Silversmith talked about the issue of the gravel barrel pits and so forth. And I think as a nation, we need leadership. We need to start looking at eminent domain, where an example, there was wells drilled in loop area. I believe that is a resource for the Navajo people. The permit that they have, that they tie themselves to the land to. I think we need to start looking at eminent domain for these aspects such as transportation, health, and wellness. Gravel pit. The nation exercises its authority to utilize the eminent domain to extract those resources, to build those much needed roads. You know, that is the reason why I'm saying that, if I think if we gave a equal distribution to the agencies on their highway dollars and made the chapters govern those dollars, they would understand how much it costs to import these materials onto the Navajo Nation versus using our own resources here. They get the same amount of pot of money in. I believe we do have that right to leaders in the Navajo Nation, the mother government, exercising its right of eminent domain. Maybe the oversight committee could start looking at that aspect so that we can utilize some of our resources. Like there's a session, Delcon area, session, Aro is Shadow Mountain, session, Nastuits or Hashin, so what the art is a session, so the mixed that is the resource that we need to get to. And I believe that's something that we need to look at and try to move forward to try to extract these things. Then these other places across the Navajo Nation, such as on the Tuska Mountains and Southern Stony, I think that will be that will really help the nation. Other than that, we just continue to tell our Navajo citizens that, we don't have these things. We don't have these things. And we can't get them because permit holders can't approve them. So we just have to continue importing them. So it's going to take longer to pave this road. And that's been the normal lingo for the Division of Transportation. The other is that maybe dispersing the funds out to the region. Transferring these roads over to the local chapters. When the road is done, you turn that road over to the local chapter and say, now it's your responsibility to provide the O&M for these roads. Through the Navajo Nation budget system, they can utilize those dollars for that purpose. We should be funding dollars for the minimal, such as roads and health. We don't have to. The nation doesn't pick up the burden of the O&M portion of these roads. That is in their own area, just like the counties. So, yeah, thank you.
Before I turn the floor over to Mr. Silversmith, I'd like to also allow Brother Thomas Walker the teleconference floor. Satilla, Thomas Walker. No, geez. to let, are we on the air? Can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you, Chairman.
Okay, good. Chair Pro Tem. Sub chair, substitute, need anything, sub chair. Pro Tem, Chair of Nabi Committee. So the in that report you like mentioned. I don't think the and the I open that and this well this was the in that has the yaki yadaki ko could echo also but that we stand it out in into the kiss or about could need could echo nana in that ya had negi out could could need to now could echo shit about this Sunday togi ton does lenigi ton that then hagi ida. So I represent an area in which where river runs through three of my communities. City, Cameron, which is the Little Colorado River. On both sides of the river, there's roads. If you're addressing only one side of the river, addressing the road maintenance, servicing, repair, improvements, that even new construction, you have to do both sides of the river. Over the years that I've been representing these communities, I realized that that the river it divides the community when it's running. So the road transportation and road situation, in order to adequately, properly address them, you have to address both sides of the river. The routes on both sides, not just one side. I know we stacked up a lot of needs here for INDOT to respond to and to plan for, incorporate in their planning and to address for you. What they gasoline. I asked that I hold the scene that's Tiniba when ego. The Nebande Craigie, okay, Yapande Craigie, the Lido Ton that the Nako. Jokadako, it's actually that's keen. It's actually the Nekia has eaten a cost. I call a Yaqueba by Jordan Shash and so. In that area, we tend to just advocate for the main roads and the roads that are well used or where there's a high daily traffic count. Not all roads are used. At a high rate, or not roads are not heavily used every day. Not all roads, but these roads are critical because they lead to people's homes. Again, like my colleagues on the call here today, voicing their concerns, advocating for the elderly, the school children, the people the individuals that have jobs, that need to go to work each and every day. And then mentioned also was gravel pits, the need for gravel pits. I would tend to agree with my son, Otto So, talking about how the nation, could step in and could use these resources with those processes, eminent domain, no. Ashing on the store, ashing ben yegoshin, ben yaholo, asida ben yeholo, ita dorni, chota beta ho. So using gravel pits, concerning gravel pits, that's one example. Other water wells, use of water. That's the highest priority. Chota pansidi kisako. Called Nebadant Ali Clinici, the Bicahwadil Nisot, Toho, Ahakoto, Nahot, Go, to Neto, negotiate it or Benit, either or that. Choti, Nahot, Tsagi, Benchiko, Odabi and Chico, Jishiko, Ado, Honda, Hot logo, Tohadanit, Tot. Trading is short echo. I don't know the natural is got what are the natural what are city case of Abigail what is Nick Johnson the cop. Chinantado that is not asking. I got it by Yachi by Hela. I need Mr. Silversmith should not ask. She passes to the knock to inch she don't there. I call it Yaki it I need a Koshaban Saskis of Benjamin. I call I thought at Johnson the call at the non need at least for the 24th Navajo Nation Council, though the Resource and Development Committee, the reports, information we've received from INDOT is pretty on the mark and it's pretty much consistent. Working with that's the key to that. Elected officials in Klinigi, and we will continue our advocacy and we will continue to stress for wise use of resources. The distribution part, advocating for resources that will continue. And how they had Nina Goni, she get out of Soya, Yaskiago, and not in the Johnson, other in the Constitution was so Sahid, other chair, sub-chair, chair pro tem.
Oh, Quashila, Tele, oh, Jono, Bahenti, Quaggy. Mr. Garrett Silversmith, you have the teleconference floor to respond to comments and questions by Honorable Otto So and Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Staff in the council chambers, is Mr. Silversmith still on Zoom?
Okay, no. Honorable Delegate Pro Tem Chair Daniel So, this is Garrett Silversmith.
You have the teleconference floor.
Thank you again, Pro Tem Chair. I apologize there. But thank you for giving me the teleconference floor here. So I'll begin by addressing the Honorable Delegate Otto So's questions and comments. Specifically, he touched on the subject of eminent domain as far as securing some possible potential sources of gravel material, borrow material, sand and gravel, for purposes of construction and maintenance purposes within and on our transportation system. I'll begin with back in 2015, 2016, and into 2017. This division we secured, and we were exploring the possibilities of options as far as acquiring and further developing and beginning the preliminary activities for over 30 gravel pit sites, sand and gravel pit sites in and across the Navajo Nation within our 5 agencies. We identified about 35 of these, and through an approach of analysis and a systematic approach, we eliminated some of these one by one and we condensed that down to a list of approximately 10 potential sites for extracting the nation's borrowed sand and gravel material. Some of the criteria that disqualified or didn't meet some of our criteria for some of these gravel sites was because maybe some of these gravel sites, the beginning 35 of them, were we have wildlife, we have migratory birds that make their home at seasonal times of critical points of the year in some of these areas. And so due to its sensitivity and its habitat there, some of these potential sites were eliminated. So we couldn't use that as gravel pit sources just because it was a habitat for some of these rare birds and migratory patterns for some of our species, our birds and eagles and so forth. So, and others we didn't get favorable response, we didn't get community support. So as far as not getting favorable support was some of the consent for land users on some of these areas was not achieved. So at length, we discussed in-person, one-on-one meetings with some of these families. So that was another reason why we couldn't pursue some of these potential sites. Some of these sites, that their water sources, bringing in utilities, water, sewer, electrical, into these sites was not deemed favorable because it would be at a greater cost to bring in these utilities versus other areas where there was readily available, much closer utility sources. So for those reasons, the difficulty and the expensiveness of bringing in the utilities to some of these sites far outshadowed or far outweighed the possibilities of securing some of these sites. So the list goes on and on. Some of these potential sites was eliminated. So, and that brings to the subject of eminent domain. As Delegate Otto so, that is a sensitive subject. I do agree. So, but I would say let the division here continue to exhaust its possibilities on these 10 remaining sites that we have still pursuing. Presently, we have one that we're working on as far as in Greasewood, and another one in Shiprock, and also west of Shiprock. And we had some in the past near Gray Mountain, one in the past in Gray Mountain, and also one in Theroux. So let us exhaust those possibilities before we begin the discussion of eminent domain. And I do agree with Honorable Delegate Otto So, the criticalness of it's vital, it's important that we continue to pursue and exhaust all options in securing gravel pits. Gravel pit operations is important. It's relative to all our construction needs in parking lots and airports, in buildings, school buildings, hospitals, clinics. It's everywhere. So we need to continue making this the nation's priority. It's not going to require just a decision from the division. It's going to require a partnership between Bureau of Reclamation, Bureau of Indian Affairs, and obviously our Navajo Nation leadership as far as the bringing up the discussion of eminent domain. But I see Honorable Delegate Otto So in his approach and looking into the outlook of our future here. Honorable Delegate Thomas Walker did mention the importance of our water resources as it relates to our construction and maintenance purposes. Water, as we know it, is very important as far as our needs for these purposes. It's used as a dust suppression, keep dust down on some of our roads. It's important for our compacting purposes. So as we know, most of us know, water is used to prepare our subgrade, to prepare the hardness of a certain route as it's being compacted. In an ideal setting, we want our subgrade, our existing soil, to be thoroughly prepared as far as its subgrade, scarified, and it's compacted by the addition of water, and then thereupon gravel, and finally, if needed, our asphalt pavement will be added onto this improved subgrade. And Honorable Delegate Thomas Walker is correct. Yes, we are looking long-term as far as our water sources needs. And we are working, I did have discussions, my staff and I did have discussions with an entity who specializes in identifying, securing, constructing water wells. So presently we don't have secured a water well or a consistent water source in each of our 5 agencies. So it's based on input as far as water code, our water code, Navajo Nation water code. Sometimes we draw water from a nearby pond, lake, or fire hydrant. So to make our efforts easier, what Thomas Walker is mentioning, Honorable Delegate Thomas Walker is mentioning that we need to continue and secure these permanent, continuous water sources. So that's what we have been doing. And as we all know, water is very critical in aspects beyond human life, sustaining human life, and that comes in the form of maintenance and construction purposes. So, Honorable Delegate Pro Tem Chair Daniel So, that's what I have for my feedback to these honorable delegates. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Silversmith. Colleagues.
No, I'm back.
Hello. Oh, yeah. Hey, Cecilia, thank you. You came back at a great time because I wanted to do a follow-up question. So I'll hand the virtual gavel back to you. And if I could then have the floor to ask Mr. Silversmith questions.
Thank you very much, Chairman Daniel So, and thank you very much, colleagues. I'm sorry I had to be excused. It's a matter I had to take immediately. So again, thank you very much for allowing me to be excused. But I'm back with that. Before we go on to the next round, good afternoon to everybody that's joining us here. We are having a Navajo Nation Naabik'íyáti Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council work session. Today's date is Tuesday, April 6, 2021. I did hand the gavel over to Chairman Daniel So. He tossed the virtual gavel back here at 2:25 p.m. We are on a work session topic today right now at the point of Mr. Garrett Silversmith giving his presentation. This is a Navajo Division of Transportation presentation regarding our roads and our infrastructure, bridges, culverts, everything to do with getting our people safe and getting the school kids to school on time. So with that, I know Honorable Chairman Daniel So has some questions, Mr. Silversmith. So let me go back to the floor and then we can go ahead and have further discussion from there. Chairman, the floor is yours.
Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, Mr. Silversmith and staff, and all the folks on this teleconference. Right now, we had initiatives transportation bonding items listed, projects listed that we were going to go to do a bonding for. And I'm wondering, in your work right now, how would NDOT assume those initiatives, since we do have the possibility of having infrastructure monies coming? I guess the main thing that I see in some of the projects is the issue of drainage. I see some of the culverts being inadequate, meaning in some of the rains over the last 3 or 4 years, the culverts installed did not function like they should. There was more drainage than what the culvert would carry, and the water overflowed the road beds. So I'm concerned about that particular engineering aspect. There is inadequate drainage. The other aspect is the part where you are, you meaning NDOT, taking, as more roads are constructed, NDOT will have to have a higher budget for operation and maintenance. Right now, the roads that are already built, those are still the responsibility of the Bureau of Indian Affairs. So at some point in time, when NDOT starts making more highways, then the capability for operation and maintenance, how will we basically get more monies to NDOT? Would we have to a possibility increase the Navajo Nation fuel excise tax? Or do we then do other aspects? Do we include the purchase of petroleum byproducts at the C-stores, at the reservation stores, to include, let's say, petroleum-related sourced oil, antifreeze, those types of sales? So that would be a thought, but I really, and again, I really question the fact that, in previous years, at chapter meetings, at Torion, at Ohoncino, at Counselor, N46 had this amount of dollars. N474 had this amount, and construction was going to start. And your latest, the last time you appeared before NABI, you gave a figure that was well below what the original construction cost was relayed by you or your staff to the chapter officials. And I'm really concerned that dollars are disappearing from the project. I mean, many times, hey, in 2017, the road's going to get started. 2018 is going to get started in June. 2019, we're going to start this summer. And each time that dollar value available for construction has decreased, whereas perhaps the cost of construction's increased. And those delays are really, I understand all the clearances have to be made, but in the aspect of the fact that it was the federal government that originally made these dirt roads. They dropped their blades and went cross country regardless of whose land it was, what properties they destroyed, meaning cultural properties. And then the Navajo public generally accepted the federal government exercised federal eminent dominance to make the road. And now it's the chapter communities that take the brunt of having to acquire right-of-ways. And yet the federal dominance already was exercised. And now and NDOT as an agency is requiring that we go backtrack to the 20s, to the 30s, to the 40s. And that aspect of ex post facto has to take effect. We have to exercise that aspect. And how do we best proceed to address that? Again, it wasn't the Navajo government, it wasn't the Navajo people that dropped those greater blades. It was the federal government. So with that, Mr. Silversmith, I hope that builds into the framework, and again, the aspect, bring to us those roadblocks that hamper your operation so that we can, meaning we, the Navajo Nation Council, can amend the particular laws that will be effective and conducive to the NDOT operations. I think that's what we're, with the 2-day work sessions, that's what I see as a member of NABI. It needs to happen. And so I think we're at a point to, my new interpretation, the Navajo Nation is the people. The Navajo Nation government is just an agency of the people. And right now, the Navajo Nation government is being like a robot that has short circuits. The short circuits are causing the arms to move extra slow The short circuits are making it hard for this robot to even lift a leg to walk. The Navajo Nation government is just immovable. And how does this council make the government more movable? To respond, to react, to activate, to serve the Navajo Nation. The Navajo Nation being the population of, with our tribe, using a former federal government term. So that is, and it goes, and I'm hoping Chief of Staff Paulson Chaco or Brother Milton Bluehouse Jr. is listening. That's the thing, and in the president's letter to the council, he makes Chief of Staff, quote unquote, Chief Executive Officer. So in that aspect, Paulson Chaco has the power to make executive decisions. And in that aspect, then is it no longer a three-branch government? The executive is run by a chief of staff. It's real concerning. Mr. Chair, Seth Damon, Nabi committee members, those are my thoughts as we move forward. And we're trying to run this, get these rescue plans in place. And how do we best respond? And we need the executive branches being forthright with us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Naabik'íyáti committee members, Mr. Silversmith. I'm sorry to overload you with those aspects of my what I'm perceiving right now. And it does not look good for MDOT to move. And that's the reason I'm emphasizing it. Okay, back to you, Cecilia. Chair Damon.
Thank you very much. With that, Chairman Daniel. So let me go on down on the floor. We have Honorable Eugene So in the queue. Honorable Eugene So, good afternoon. Floor is yours. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So, going 3 times. That, colleagues, is there any other further comments, questions to Mr. Silversmith at this time? Now, let me go back to you, Mr. Silversmith, in regards to some of the comments and questions as well. And thank you, Mr. Silversmith, for being with us here again this afternoon, Kat.
Thank you once again, Honorable Delegate Chair Seth Damon. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Yes, we all can.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So I'll begin with the only additional comments and feedback I need to respond to our Honorable Delegate Daniel So. Honorable Delegate Daniel So did mention a systematic approach that Navajo DOT needs to implement, and which is regarding a systematic approach as far as drainage analysis to our culverts. So prior to the placement of any culvert within a roadbed of an established existing road, whether it be an earth road or paved road, a drainage analysis does need to be completed. So both the Bureau of Indian Affairs and Navajo DOT does implement this scenario where that is required, whereas you may have a large drainage basin and it ultimately leads and it funnels into one area, and that one area is the obstacle there is getting water from one side of the road to the other. So with a thorough drainage analysis, you can determine the size of your culverts, the number of culverts that you need to place at that critical point to adequately achieve water going from one point to the other. So that's been always our approach with prior to placement of culverts, so we'll continue to do that. And I understand that was a two-part question, meaning that, yes, that systematic approach may be completed. However, beyond that, these culverts need to be well maintained. So I agree with Daniel So, Honorable Delegate Daniel So, that yes, and I do agree that some of these culverts, once they're placed, they are neglected. Some of these, as we know, are completely filled with sediment. So it's our job, and it's the Bureau of Indian Affairs job, and all partners involved. It's our continued combined effort that we need to continue to maintain these and keep them free flowing. Some of these require placement, some of these require replacement. So we have over 10,000 culverts across the Navajo Nation, and just in your area alone, if you live on a dirt road, there's probably at least 5 culverts that exist on that one road that you drive to and from home. So it's a huge task, but it's our responsibility, and we'll continue the best of our abilities and resources. We'll continue to address those situations where it requires maintenance and applying adequate funds toward. And Honorable Delegate Daniel So did mention also additionally that this is just one critical component of our transportation where we need to address. So with over 10,000 culverts on the Navajo Nation, my number may be a little high, but it's just imaginable that any amount of resources that we need to address these deficiencies, funds is needed. And Mr. So did mention the need for us, the entire leadership, to continue to advocate Navajo Division of Transportation for additional funds to combat this effort as far as maintenance and new placement of culverts. Additionally, Honorable Delegate Daniel So did mention a project over in Counselor, route number 46/N474 in Counselor. So presently, we do have approximately, for this project in Counselor, we do have $14.8 million identified for this project. And that's enough approximately to cover 5 miles of subgrade preparation, drainage improvements, and new pavement for about 5 miles. However, this project, this corridor, this 46474 route is 11.5 miles long. And overall, the budget needed for that project is $35.3 million, just based on our preliminary estimate. So obviously 35.3 subtracting 14.8, we're still short $20.5 million. So that may be the point of confusion that my staff may have shared with community members, those dollar figures there. So overall, to adequately adjust this 11.5 miles, approximately $35 to $36 million is needed. So presently, we have a shortage of just around in the neighborhood of $21 million. But again, this corridor that runs through the community of Crown Council, connecting one vital point of our reservation to the other point is critical, this 474 route. So, but our design team, People in Engineering, Wilson and Company are presently, not only them, but our Navajo DOT team is continuing to apply resources to get this project construction ready. Finally, Honorable Delegate Daniel So did mention he did emphasize the need to continue our efforts as far as revising our current right-of-way process. As I mentioned in the beginning part of our presentation here, is that the need to streamline, to condense, and to create a more unified environmental clearance compliance process to ultimately achieve right-of-way for these projects to require a right-of-way for new construction. So I did mention the two types of environmental compliances that are needed, and in our opinion, we should be approaching these projects with only one unified approach. So, Honorable Delegate, Mr. Seth Damon, that's what I have as a response to Honorable Delegate Daniel So. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Silversmith, for that follow-up and for that response. My question again, I guess now back to the floor is, are there any other further comments for Mr. Silversmith at this time? If there are none, thank you very much, Mr. Silversmith, for being with us and taking into consideration the comments and questions, and also looking forward to that discussion. I know Mr. Donovan Hanley has been working with you, and I would still like to have a follow-up, Mr. Silversmith, with Mr. Paulson Chaco before there's a recommendation on a final, push towards making sure that there's an approach that we can go ahead and put together and recommend that back to the Navajo Nation Naabik'íyáti Committee. So we'll work together. I know we've taken some notes, and I greatly appreciate your efforts, and I greatly appreciate your work that you have worked with not only our office, but I think that it shows that when we collaborate together on both the executive and legislative side, there can be an overall comprehensive achievement in really trying to collaborate and getting a good plan together. So, Mr. Silversmith, by far, thank you for that approach and making sure, and thank you for the dialogue that we're listening into today, and most importantly, taking into consideration some changes, the recommendations, and I know that your team will put that in place, and we can go ahead and move forward from there. So, yeah. With that, colleagues, the time now is 2:52 p.m. I remember that there was a hard stop at 4 o'clock, just for the fact that we do have Senator Ben Ray Lujan that will be coming to join with us there at 4 o'clock Mountain Standard Time. So it looks like we have about another hour before he does come before us. I know, I think if it's the will of the committee, I know we passed Navajo Nation Division of Community Development and Navajo Veterans Administration. We did call upon them this morning. I know that we did get a written memorandum from the Mr. Zwarline to assist in the recommendation that they're moving forward with. So that was sent out to you this morning at about 9:30 this morning, colleagues. But I just look at the will of the committee at this time.
Speaker?
Yes.
Yes, if community development's on the line, let's hear them. Up to, you said Mountain Standard Time, 4 o'clock.
Yeah, but we're gonna have to.
If it's Mountain Standard Time, it's 5 o'clock our time. Thank you.
Okay. Well, okay. Well, it's 4 o'clock Winter Rock time.
Oh, daylight savings time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Daylight savings time. I'm not the most expert on the daylight savings time thing. Sorry, Honorable Otto. So,
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
yes, Madam Chair.
Speaker, I know that when we do get reports, it usually is a lot of questions that get asked, especially if they're going to be coming from DCD and also veterans housing. I really hate to rush them in that hour. So is there any way we could reschedule them, 1, and 2? Why did they miss their, when we call them out this morning? Thank you, Speaker.
I couldn't tell you why they were not present this morning, Madam Chair, but there is an option. We might have to move them to one of the shorter days, but we scheduled for that for having to call them back. But I do believe that we were able to do that, Madam Chair Charles Newton. What I would do for Navajo Nation Division of Community Development, I would put them on next Tuesday when they come up with the chapter presentation. So I'd ask Dr. Yellowman at that time. We'll probably send her a notice to let her know that she can come back at that time to come before the Naabik'íyáti committee. We're looking at Navajo Nation veterans. I'm sure we can squeeze Navajo Nation veterans their housing plan. Again, it's the approach has been a discussion of two different options, and I think the first thing is that we'll further have that discussion with moving forward on the recommendation from their housing budget, and then also the recommendation on what will be coming forward on the veterans budget too as well. So we could add that on there. If anything, I could add them on as a recommendation. If we do have a shortened enough time on this Thursday, if there's not too much of a discussion, or if there's a shorter discussion on Friday, we can squeeze them in there after the Arizona Gaming Compact discussion, Madam Chair Charles Newman. That would be our recommendation, if that's the will of the committee. Colleagues.
Speaker, I on the one hand, I want to hear, veterans, housing and how they're working with NHA to address the need there for the veteran population. But I just worry that, trying to squeeze them in 1 hour is too short of a time frame. And I certainly don't want to make it appear to our veterans that we're rushing the subject and then, trying to cut off the meeting. So on the one hand, I'm okay with hearing the veterans information, but on the other hand, I just feel like there may be a lot of questions regarding that presentation. So whatever my colleagues figure, I'm just going to go along.
What is the next day that we could put the veterans on the agenda? if there's anything, Madam Chair, we will make sure that we get this. All right, colleagues, this is what we can do. Let's go ahead and get let's go ahead and we'll make sure that DCD is covered next week, and we'll make sure that Navajo Nation Veterans Administration is covered next week too as well. I do believe, looking at the schedule, we can get them in on Thursday, if not Wednesday afternoon too as well. So we have no problem putting that forth, honorable colleagues of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. And I would greatly appreciate that, due to the fact that we do need to get ready for Congressman, Senator Ben Ray Lujan's presentation. And I would really like to give at least 20 minutes for staff, because we didn't get anything. They didn't have a break for lunch, so that they could get something for lunch.
Break for lunch, Speaker, break for lunch.
Okay. Chairman Daniel So.
I'm agreeable. And Speaker, there's still a lot of moving parts with veterans.
Yes.
Tomorrow we're acting on the final budget, or Hess is acting on that final budget that Honorable Raymond Smith is sponsoring. He's also sponsoring the amendments to the Veterans Housing Policy that is attached to the Veterans Trust Fund. And also he's going to present the amendments to the Veterans Trust Fund. So those moving parts are still out there, and the committee will act on them this week and next week. So, and NHA is just one, let's say, an arm that could reach veterans, but a good number of housing assistance could come out of the Veterans Administration and how they put together their program. So those are some items that I wanted to also put out there for consideration. And thank you. I agree with the break so that staff can at least, and yourself, so that we could at least catch your breath and get ready for the honorable senator. Thank you.
Hey, thank you very much. With that, committee members, I don't know if there's any objection, but we can go into recess now. But before we do that, I just want to do a recap, as we have from, where's that document from yesterday? From yesterday too as well. Moving forward on the options, colleagues with Navajo Nation, the vision of community development, we'll hear that's next week, and then Navajo Nation Veterans Administration. But moving forward, working together with Navajo Nation Housing Authority, I thank them for coming forth, but I think they were looking at more of guidance from council on what they were looking at. And I think that sitting down with Mr. Wasetta and his team members after this is what we can do as a follow-up. I know that there's questions about home site leases, so we did make sure that we have a specific day to establish that discussion as well. And I know that furthermore, there was also discussion on housing modification, income requirements, and we'll make sure that there's a follow-up on that with everything in that's happening with Navajo Housing Authority. I know that there was an opportunity still at task. We didn't get an explanation on what the closeout officially was on the CARES dollars that came from Navajo Housing or was distributed to Navajo Housing Authority. Under the CARES fund legislation almost a year ago. And I think that breakdown still needs to be updated. And then also what the new funding that they're going to be utilizing that for, and how that's going to be looked at as an aspect of an opportunity to be some matching funds and available for if there's any current appropriation or an appropriation from the ARPA funds that we could go ahead and make sure that this will be a part of. And moving forward on that, the Navajo Division of Transportation, we'll go ahead and circle around and make sure that the questions that you've asked, that were a part of that discussion, and making sure that there's a follow-up on that. I still would like to make sure that we sit down with the chief of staff and his team members to make sure that we're identifying that information. But every morning, we're going to try to have a meeting and get together, invite Mr. Paulson Chaco and his team members to try to clarify that before every work session on the previous day's accomplishments. And we need to make sure that these work sessions don't end with nothing that's being provided. So I'll just give you a formal update too as well, colleagues. From yesterday, there's a memorandum that's going out that we've discussed on all the feedback, and we're asking all the different departments, enterprises, everybody who's been involved with us in the past through the CARES funds or even through daily operations on how we can establish and streamline issues on these different ideas or accomplishments, the same way that was presented to us in streamlining and the recommendations that was done by Mr. Garrett Silversmith and his team. Also moving down, there's an invitation that'll be going out to the external agencies like BOR, BLM, Army Corps of Engineers to help assess for the water projects, or if there's anything that they can do to help exonerate some of these requirements in order for us to get some of these right-of-ways in place. Also, there's a memorandum, Honorable Otto So, from your recommendation yesterday on the moving forward on not forgetting NPL in the Bennett Freeze area. So that would be going out to everyone, every single department manager or agency or division, and also enterprises to know that they'll be involved in that. We are meeting with DCD, and it looks like we're trying to meet with them as early as Friday to help establish Honorable Keon Begay, the lack of chapter input, and making sure that there's a relative plan in doing that, whether that be with the Club C and working together with the ASC and working together with the agency delegation from the Speaker's office to work together with all the agencies and have at least a chapter influence a part of those two as well. We're also moving down and making sure that I know that there's a comprehensive idea to have a consolidation of a project listing to make sure we're not overlapping on projects for NTUA, IHS, WMBA. So we're setting up that meeting too as well. And then we will be working together to inviting, starting today, there was that invite to BIA to have them on the call every day. We are establishing a home site lease work session specifically on that. So we invited, we're going to invite GLAD, Mr. Halona and his team members, BIA and Department of Justice, and then having identifying for the co-ops meeting for APS, CDEC, Jemez, Socorro, City of Farmington to help if there's any kind of further discussion that we're going to have to develop for those areas that are serviced outside of NTUA, and I'm looking towards NTUA's actual assistance in that. And then scheduling a meeting. I know that there were still questions about all the other funding that's included in the ARPA legislation that's outside of this funding that's going to come directly to the nation. And those are going to be, we're scheduling that meeting with Holland and I and Mr. Carlisle Begay. And not only that, but also see if there's ideas to leverage some funds, but also looking forward towards what was discussed today on infrastructure bills and other funding on future dollars that will be coming up. We're looking to see what NTUA is looking at too as well on a long-term basis, but making sure that they're still helping assist and vice versa with the other areas. And then last but not least, there was a request to have that meeting with the controller on seeing which dollars might be allowable, disallowable for reimbursement on this go around. So we're having these follow-up meetings in the mornings there in the speaker's office and rehashing out what these work sessions are, delegating that so that I know Honorable Keon Begay, that there is follow-up that's happening. We are working on these work sessions, delegating with the best as we possibly can with this limited staff in our office, but we're trying to make sure that Mr. Paulson Chaco and his team are aware and giving their support to as well. So again, those are just some immediate follow-ups that we're doing right now from yesterday's work session and starting to establish that for today's work session. So it's 3:08 right now p.m. Before we go into recess, I think I heard Honorable Keon Begay talk or request to speak, and then we can go into recess and we can come back and be here. I'd like to everybody to come back online about 3:55. I know Senator Ben Ray Lujan will only be with us for a limited time frame, and I know we start right at 4. Honorable Keon Begay, floor is yours.
Speaker Santa, similar to the scheduling of Senator Ray Lujan, I don't know if he requested to be to speak with the council, or we invited him. Could we reach out to the other states' senators as well, or representative, specifically to the Arizona and Utah delegation? I believe it's very effective or more appropriate to talk to all of the representatives and the senators on behalf of the Navajo Nation issue that we're going to address to them. So, not necessarily today or tomorrow, but maybe during the council session. If not during the remainder of the work session, that I'd like to hear from myself. I'd like to hear directly from our senators as well. The state of Arizona, then Mr. Kelly, Senator Kelly, and the other senator, from the state of Utah. So I don't want to make this as a big issue, but I think it's more appropriate that we talk to all the senators that represent the Navajo Nation to the United States Congress. Speaker, I appreciate the acknowledgement and the request.
Honorable Keon Begay, we are reaching out to them. I know we're actually going to be meeting with, I think, Honorable Senator Kelly, I do believe, I think has pretty much confirmed to be with us during our Navajo Nation Council summer session. I'll be honest, we never hear back from Senator Sinema's office. I don't, but we can try again. Senator Udall, not Senator Udall, Senator Heinrich, I know that he's more than welcome to come from New Mexico. And then I know Governor Cox will be doing a presentation too as well. I do believe the last week of this month at one of our Naabik'íyáti committee work sessions too as well. So Honorable Keon Begay, don't feel like I hope you don't feel like the office is just trying to reach out just to New Mexico congressional staff. I mean, we're reaching out to everybody that represents the Navajo Nation, even the state of Colorado, to making sure that we're trying to work together to get these things done. Now that we got the funding back from the president, now we're trying to identify now too as well to reestablish our lobbying efforts for each one of the states. So Honorable Keon Begay, I know there'll be more of a wider approach to making sure that it's just not just one state. We are making sure we're reaching out to every one of the states. So I hope to know that we can get that completed. And our task is to make sure that we are reaching out, because every one of these elected officials have Navajos in their district. So yeah. All right. Well, time now is 3:12. We'll go into recess, colleagues. And if you could be back at 3:55, I appreciate that. Yeah, we're now in recess.